es encendido, ¿verdad? ¿El rojo es encendido?
No, verde.
Ah, porque no prende.
Este sí, ya está.
Hola, buenos días. Cuando está en rojo, ¿los podemos oír?
Pues ya. ¿Ya comienzo, no? ¿Ya comenzó? Sí, ok. Hola, muchas gracias a todos por acompañarnos. Quiero darles la bienvenida a esta inauguración del Coloquio Internacional Los nuevos rostros del autoritarismo, que está coorganizado por el Centro de Estudios Internacionales del Colegio de México y el Center for Transcultural Studies. Y nos acompañan en este evento de inauguración la doctora Ana Covarrubias, presidenta del Colegio de México, la doctora Fernanda Somoano, directora del Centro de Estudios Internacionales, y el doctor Dilip Gaokar, director del Center for Transcultural Studies. Y para comenzar, le cedo la palabra a la doctora Ana Covarrubias, presidenta del Colegio de México.
Muchas gracias, Humberto. Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Me da mucho gusto darles la bienvenida al Colegio de México, a este evento tan especial para el colegio y sobre todo para el centro. Saludo especialmente a nuestro profesor invitado, Dilip Gaokar, profesor y director del Centro de Cultura y Comunicación Global de la Universidad de Northwestern. Desde luego a la profesora Fernanda Somoano, directora del Centro de Estudios Internacionales, al profesor Humberto Beck, que de buena manera hizo posible este evento y quien es también el coordinador del doctorado en Ciencia Política en el CI. Agradezco a todos los conferencistas que vinieron de lejos para estar con nosotros en estos 2 días. A todos ustedes por estar aquí con nosotros y a las personas que nos siguen en línea. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas todas al Colegio de México. Este evento es muy especial por 3 razones, no lo voy a decir en orden de jerarquía, pero creo que es importante mencionarlas. En primer lugar, creo que es, y aquí la profesora Somoano me corregirá, el primer evento internacional para conmemorar los 65 años del Centro de Estudios Internacionales. Entonces, hoy abrimos una serie de eventos para conmemorar, para festejar el cumpleaños del Centro de Estudios Internacionales. En segundo lugar, quiero mencionar también que el tema de la conferencia de hoy es un tema que se ha trabajado en el centro por varios años, no es del todo novedoso, aunque desde luego lo que está pasando ahora pues sí tiene rasgos distintivos, pero es totalmente congruente con lo que se ha trabajado en el Centro de Estudios Internacionales y en otros centros del Colegio de México. Y finalmente, pues no podemos dejar de lado la pertinencia del tema el día de hoy. Entonces, creo que es un evento muy pertinente y, como les digo, un evento que inaugura esta serie de actividades por el 65 aniversario del Centro de Estudios Internacionales. Quiero agradecer muy especialmente al profesor Beck por organizar esta sesión, esta jornada de 2 días y, por supuesto, a la directora del Centro de Estudios Internacionales, quien también se ha encargado de que todo esté listo para poder tener estos 2 días de reflexión aquí en el colegio. Así que, sin más, doy la palabra a la profesora Somoano, directora del Centro de Estudios Internacionales, y les reitero la bienvenida a nuestra institución.
Muchas gracias, Ana. Muy buenos días a todos, todas. Para mí también es un gusto tenerlos aquí. Me da mucho gusto saludar al profesor Dilip Gaokar, por supuesto a la presidenta del Colegio, Ana Covarrubias, a Humberto Beck, que como ya mencionó Ana, pues digamos, hay que agradecerle mucho el esfuerzo que hizo para poder montar y confeccionar este coloquio. Por supuesto, también al Center of Transcultural Studies también por ser, digamos, co-organizador de este muy interesante evento. En las últimas décadas, las dinámicas del autoritarismo han experimentado profundas transformaciones. Lejos de las dictaduras clásicas del siglo XX, hoy observamos la consolidación de regímenes que, bajo la apariencia de procesos democráticos, debilitan instituciones, restringen derechos y concentran el poder político. Este coloquio, titulado Los nuevos rostros del autoritarismo, tiene como propósito analizar y debatir estas nuevas expresiones autoritarias que emergen en distintos contextos y regiones. A lo largo de las sesiones, académicos, especialistas van a analizar las distintas expresiones contemporáneas del autoritarismo, desde la captura institucional y la polarización política hasta el control de la información y la debilitación de la sociedad civil, con el fin de comprender sus mecanismos y consecuencias para la vida democrática. El encuentro aspira no solo a ofrecer un diagnóstico crítico, sino también a abrir un espacio de diálogo interdisciplinario sobre los desafíos que enfrentan las democracias ante estas nuevas formas de concentración del poder. Para el CEI, un coloquio como este es fundamental para fomentar la reflexión crítica, el análisis riguroso y el intercambio académico en torno a uno de los fenómenos políticos más relevantes y preocupantes de nuestro tiempo. Insisto, para nosotros, para el CEI específicamente, como bien mencionan, este es el primer evento conmemorativo de los 65 años de la fundación de nuestro centro y bueno, pues qué mejor que empezar con un coloquio de componentes de este nivel. Simplemente cierro dando las gracias, por supuesto, a Humberto, pero también a Ilse Ladrón de Guevara, a Esperanza Rojas, al equipo de vinculación institucional, eventos especiales y Cómputo por la organización y la logística del evento. Muchas gracias.
Ahora cedo la palabra al profesor Dilip Gaukar.
I'm here to represent the Center for Transcultural Studies, which is an independent organization, which is not affiliated to any university. It is a self-standing institution. And on behalf of the Center for Transcultural Studies, I would like to thank President Anna Korabis and the chair of the Center for International Studies, Fernanda Sumanawa, and so for them here to be present and welcoming us and providing all kind of material and intellectual support for making this conference on new faces of authoritarianism possible. And we are also very glad to be part of the 65th or 66th anniversary of the Center for International Studies, which is dedicated to, among other things, for promoting democratic polity and democratic culture, both in a scholarly way, but also in a public-facing way. And third, and most importantly, I want to thank Umberto Beck, who is also a member of our Center for Transcultural Studies, but as the member of the Center for International Studies here, he has been the one who has been the primary force in organizing this event. And that is the way Center for Transcultural Studies operates, and I have played a minimal role in some way, so most of the credit for organizing this conference really go to Umberto Beck, because our idea is really to create a network with various nodes in different places, such as Colmex. We were here 2 years ago, and we said we'll come back within 2 years, because I was not sure whether we'll in fact come back, but we did, and which is a big achievement. So in a way, our network is beginning to function far more with multinodal way. And so this coming back here actually consolidates the kind of a relationship which we tried to establish in the first place. And here at Colmex, I think our center of interest is increasingly about both the trajectory of democracy and the challenges it faces, especially on the question of, faces of new authoritarianism or a kind of a backsliding of democracy, which is going to be a topic of conversation very clearly tomorrow, if not today already. And so we are, in a way, trying to hope, because 2 years ago we were here and we were doing a conference entitled rebuilding democracy. So in a way, rebuilding democracy to now the new faces of authoritarianism seems to be not that much promising, but rather seem to have suggest somehow we have reverted back. But on terms of our own research agenda or a kind of a intellectual agenda, we are making progress, but we have come back and we are working on this. And we hope to do this, maybe every 2 years or maybe even earlier. We are talking about them, and we have met very sympathetic response from the people here, So we will actually be back here, definitely no later than 2 years. So that is, I'm quite sure about that this time. The other thing I want to basically sort of talk about very briefly, about what the Center for Transcultural Studies does and what its kind of an organizational agenda is, organizational as well as the intellectual agenda. We run a summer school in Budapest with a collaboration with Center for European Studies. We've been running that for 4 years, and our first one it is mostly about democracy and its trajectory and its challenges. And the first one was, to which Umberto was present, was dismantling democracy from within. And so if we did that 4 years ago, and the continuity from that to rebuilding democracy 2 years ago here, new faces of authoritarianism, this one, all of them are interconnected at different phases, and people from different institutions are brought in. And also we recruit as many as 20 to 30 students from all over the world, and sometimes a couple of the students from Colmex have also applied and attended this summer institute. And it runs for 7 days and is one of the very successful kind of stuff. And we have done on social movements, we have done on inequality, we have done on ecology. So there have been several ones. And next one we are going to do is next year on law, state, and democracy. We call it LSD. So we have a kind of a LSD project, but we also have, in addition to Summer Institute, we have various places where, just like Colmex, we hope to create a kind of a group and a continuing group with democracy and its challenges, especially in terms of law, in terms of economy and electoral processes and so on. But we are also trying to do something like that. The law, state, and democracy is something where we are trying to create an institute in Paris called at the American Institute of AUP, American University of Paris. That's what we are doing, and we are trying to do something in India about political economy. And we also are about to launch a infrastructure group at Johns Hopkins University, which will be led by whom you'll hear today, Harris Feinsort. So we are trying to create a various kind of groups and connection. And I think these days, especially what's happening in America, the way funding cuts and the way control that is being established by this, whether it is the state or including the foundational money and all, are becoming restricted and controlling in some way in a country like United States. It looks like we need a space other than the university. Not that it can replace the university, but it can a space where we can connect, people from different universities and create a discussion and dialogue going on, especially using the affordances of the new social media technologies and things like that. So we do a lot of work also on the internet, and we hope to keep doing that further. So it is possible to create a combination of in-place events and the kind of online events and build a community which is a kind of a hybrid community rather than a completely in-place community or the anonymous community of the internet or something like that. So that is the agenda, and for which we need a lot of these kind of in-place nodes, and Colmex has turning out to be a very promising in-place node with a audience. Finally, I want to end by saying that we had held a conference once in University of Copenhagen in Denmark, and there were only about 8 or 10 people present. One of the things about Colmex is you get a very impressive audience, and I expect it will in fact increase as it goes on. So it is very important, it's not for just a group of people to come and talk, but also to get the audience to participate. And where are the audience? You know, if you go to certain kinds of places, you don't find an audience, and you find an audience in Mexico. You find an audience in Mexico City, especially in Colmex. And I'm very grateful that we have this arrangement. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Dilip. Yo voy a decir unas palabras muy breves antes de pasar a la primera conferencia de este coloquio, que es la conferencia de Massimiliano Tomba. Solamente quisiera agradecer a la doctora Covarrubias por su apoyo en la organización de este evento y agradecer especialmente a la doctora Fernanda Somoano por su apoyo en los preparativos de este coloquio, pero sobre todo por su visión para que este coloquio se llevara a cabo, porque fue la doctora Somoano quien tuvo la iniciativa de que precisamente en el contexto del 65 aniversario de la fundación del CEI, se celebraran esta serie de eventos que conmemoraran y encarnaran la vocación internacionalista y multidisciplinaria del CEI, que es una tradición académica de la cual el Centro de Estudios Internacionales es pionero en México y que se ha ido enriqueciendo a lo largo de las décadas mediante la investigación y la docencia en relaciones internacionales, ciencia política, administración pública y teoría política. Y este coloquio es parte de esa serie de eventos que celebraremos durante estos meses de otoño y de los cuales estaremos informando en las redes del colegio para que también puedan acompañarnos. Quiero agradecer también muy especialmente a Dilip Gaukar, el director del Center for Transcultural Studies, quien se ha convertido en un interlocutor indispensable para el colegio y con quien, como ya lo ha mencionado el propio Dilip, organizamos hace 2 años otro coloquio que se llamó Reconstruir la Democracia. Ambos coloquios y el anterior se sitúan, como mencionó Dilip, en la Democratic Agendas Network del Center for Transcultural Studies y nos da mucho gusto que sea el colegio y el CEI los interlocutores desde América Latina para esta red que favorece el diálogo académico internacional sobre las evoluciones y futuros de la democracia alrededor del mundo. Muchas gracias también a nuestros participantes internacionales del coloquio, que es un grupo realmente excepcional de académicos de distintas disciplinas, vinculados a los estudios de la política desde sus distintas facetas. Muchas gracias también a los colegas del Centro de Estudios Internacionales que participarán y que para favorecer el diálogo entre corrientes y enfoques de estudio sobre la democracia y sus evoluciones. Muchas gracias también al público que nos acompaña en línea y en presencia física, que es un reflejo de la importancia de los temas que nos convocan. Y quisiera hacer nada más una breve nota antes de terminar acerca de que hay un contraste muy interesante y que creo que es muy elocuente en sí mismo entre el título del coloquio que organizamos hace 2 años, que era Reconstruir la Democracia, y el título del coloquio de hoy, que es Los nuevos rostros del autoritarismo. Yo creo que ese giro ya nos da en sí mismo una idea de la urgencia de los temas que vamos a tratar estos 2 días y de su importancia para el debate público nacional e internacional. Estaremos discutiendo esta evolución de los... ¿Se fue? ¿Me escuchan? Creo que ya volvió, gracias. Les comentaba que, bueno, simplemente el hecho de que cambie tanto el título de los 2 eventos dice mucho acerca de la importancia del tema y de cómo han evolucionado las democracias en los últimos años, incluso en los últimos 2 años, cómo se han creado estas nuevas corrientes, estos nuevos tipos de liderazgos, de movimientos ideológicos que promueven discursos y prácticas autoritarias, pero con la característica de que no buscan destruir o no del todo la democracia, sino que mantienen ciertos elementos democráticos, especialmente elementos de la democracia electoral, y que se suelen articular en torno a la figura de un hombre fuerte y de valores de la derecha nacionalista. Pero en medio de este panorama que tiende al pesimismo, quisiera rescatar algo del espíritu del optimismo que se expresaba en el título del coloquio anterior, Reconstruir la Democracia, porque es precisamente a partir de espacios como espacios de reflexión, de diálogo, de intercambio, que podemos encontrar las semillas de una posible reconstrucción democrática. Y pues muchas gracias de nuevo por acompañarnos. Les pedimos entonces que permanezcamos en este auditorio porque a las 10 vamos a comenzar con la primera conferencia del profesor Massimiliano Tomba del Departamento de Historia de la Conciencia de la Universidad de California en Santa Cruz, que será comentada por el profesor Ilan Bisberg del Centro de Estudios Internacionales. Muchas gracias.
Muy buenos días. ¿Se me escucha bien? Bienvenidas, bienvenidos. Yo soy Melina Altamirano, profesora investigadora del Centro de Estudios Internacionales de aquí del Colegio de México. Les damos las gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy a esta primera mesa de apertura de este evento conmemorativo por los 65 años del Centro de Estudios Internacionales del Colegio de México. Abrimos con una conferencia de lujo. Tenemos con nosotros al profesor Massimiliano Tomba, que dirigirá unas palabras acerca de la carrera hacia el autoritarismo, The Race Toward Authoritarianism, y su ponencia será comentada por el profesor Ilan Bisberg del Centro de Estudios Internacionales de aquí del Colegio. Voy a presentar muy brevemente a nuestros ponentes. El profesor Tomba tendrá aproximadamente 35 minutos para hacer su ponencia y después el profesor Ilan Bisberg dará sus comentarios, aproximadamente 15-20 minutos. Y nuestro objetivo también es, por supuesto, recoger sus preguntas y comentarios, entonces tendremos un espacio dedicado a ello. El profesor Massimiliano Tomba es doctor en Filosofía Política por la Universidad de Pisa y actualmente catedrático de Historia de la Conciencia en la Universidad de California, Santa Cruz. Se especializa en la filosofía alemana clásica. Desde 2012 ha codirigido un proyecto internacional cuyo propósito es repensar los esquemas de interpretación de la sociedad global para superar el eurocentrismo en los conceptos de universalismo, espacio y tiempo. Es autor de Revolution and Restoration, The Politics of Anachronism, publicado en 2025, y también de Insurgent Universality, An Alternative Legacy of Modernity, publicado en 2019. Esto solo para mencionar sus publicaciones más recientes. El profesor Ilan Bisberg es maestro en Ciencias Políticas por el Colegio de México y doctor en Ciencias Sociales por la Escuela de Altos Estudios de París. Es profesor e investigador en el Centro de Estudios Internacionales del Colegio de México y ha realizado estancias en diversas instituciones internacionales. Entre sus líneas de investigación se encuentran el análisis de los procesos de globalización, la evolución del sindicalismo, las trayectorias socioeconómicas de países latinoamericanos y las transformaciones políticas y del estado de bienestar desde una perspectiva comparada. Entre sus libros más recientes se encuentran Four Worlds of the Welfare State in Latin America, publicado en 2024, y Diversity of Capitalisms in Latin America, de 2019, entre otras muchas publicaciones. Muchas gracias a nuestros ponentes. Muchas gracias, profesor Tomba. Adelante.
Thank you so much for your introduction. Thank you for having me here. It's a real pleasure and I think a great opportunity to, let me do like this. And then I think it would be a fantastic opportunity to discuss and think together with colleagues, with all of you about authoritarianism, democracy. I also want to express a special thank to Ilan for his comments, and I also need to apologize because I didn't send him my text, and it was generous enough to look around, and he found a couple of articles I wrote on times and temporalities, and he will work with some of my previous publications. Again, I apologize. The point is that I usually don't have you can see, I have my handwritten notes. This is how I like to present things. I have some citations. So it's well organized. I'm not here to cheat you, but I also, I was trained in a more dialogical culture. So when we present, we like to think together and to make some interruptions and try to go in a tangential direction. We'll see what happens today. So in any case, as I said, is well structured. I deserve the reimbursement. So the paper I'm going to present today is organized, is divided in three parts. The first part is, it refers to authoritarianism as a conflict or the result of a conflict between temporalities and between, I would say, incommensurable temporality, incompatible temporalities. This is the first part. The second part, I will try to investigate the kind of a long erosion of intermediary bodies, counterpowers, associations, assemblies. And that story is a long story that, in my opinion, goes back all the way to the origin of the so-called modern state. The third part will be just a reference in my conclusion, and is about the many forms of pseudo access to politics and participation through new media and social media, but it will be just a line in my conclusion. It's something I'm thinking about, but and maybe it's worth it to be discussed in the Q&A. So let me start with a kind of a self-citation. In 2015, I presented a paper. At the time I was in New York, and the paper was about the clash of temporalities and authoritarianism. When I presented the paper, it was at the CUNY, City University of New York, a colleague, a political scientist, made an objection. And basically, he said that in my analysis of authoritarianism, I didn't consider the many former Soviet real socialist states which were actually transitioning into democracy. So basically said, you know, on the basis of data, you are wrong. And at the time, the president of the United States was Obama, so everything is fine. So why are you so pessimist? Why are you talking about authoritarianism and the authoritarian turn? Okay, my point was that that was my analysis at the time. I thought it was very abstract, if you want. You know, I'm trained as a philosopher. So my point was that there is a conflict, there is a tension, and we're talking about temporalities now, a tension between the fast temporality of financial capitalism and the slow pace of democratic procedures. And the latter, the democratic procedures, are pressured to accelerate in order to catch up with the former, with the financial temporality, and in the name of efficiency, to curtail the slower process of democratic deliberation. So the point is, what is the right pace of the decision-making process? In other words, I said at that time, the two temporalities are incompatible or incommensurable. Democracy, or better, the democratic procedures designed in the post-Second World War and incorporated in many different constitutions, these procedures have become an obstacle. They slow down the process. At that time, in Italy, I was still professor at the University of Padua. At that time in Italy, the prime minister was Matteo Renzi. Matteo Renzi was not a right-winger. It was a left Democrat prime minister. And what he wanted to do, he wanted to change the constitution in order to speed up the decision-making process. So, for that reason, I thought, look, this race towards authoritarianism is not only a right-wing thing. And we have to consider that. We need a different paradigm. We need a different analysis. And moreover, this authoritarian turn is now present in so many different states. So how can we make sense of the fact that there is authoritarianism in the US, Italy, Hungary, India, and so on and so forth? The list is very long. So then we need a pattern that basically is able to give us some rationale about what is going on, that is not only, that doesn't depend only on the craziness of some politicians or the fact that the people are manipulated. So I want to be very clear. So I don't buy it. I cannot think, I cannot start thinking in these terms that, something bad happened because there is a bad guy, the president, and because the people are stupid. I don't think we go far enough with this kind of interpretation. So, and then I go back to my temporalities, that is, again, abstract enough, so that I don't need to address the personalities of the politicians or the people. So at that time, when I was working on this clash of temporalities, I built my argument in conversation with the works of different people. Obviously, I was not alone. On the one hand, there was Sheldon Wallen, who wrote a short piece whose title was, What Time Is It? And Sheldon Wallen argued that political time, I cite, political time is out of sync with the temporalities, rhythms, and pace governing economy and culture. Out of sync. Similarly, a critical geographer, Wayne Hoppe, in an essay, in an article titled Conflicting Temporalities, published in 2009, wrote that the slower temporal rhythms of nation states are marginalized by the transnational proliferations of soft law and fast policy. So, back to my point, I say, okay, these different temporalities are not only out of sync, but they are incompatible. What does it mean they are incompatible? It means that if we speed up the decision-making process, the political process, we have to give up on democracy. So we cannot have long, slow democratic procedures. So the most suitable political form for a very fast decision-making process is basically a dictatorship, an authoritarian regime, or a permanent state of exceptions, or a government that basically uses executive orders all the time. So that was my understanding, and I thought that for that reason, at that time I used the future, and now I can use the past tense. At that time I wrote that we will see more and more revolutions from above. So we will see more and more attempts to change the Constitution in order to try to resynchronize the two temporalities. But I think it's not possible. A few years after my talk in 2018, The Economist published an article, just to see where we are now, more or less, published an article on the state of democracy in contemporary world. Obviously, the climate was different, and The Economist started seeing the world, contemplating the world from a very, if you want, a US-centric perspective. At that time, the president of the US was no longer Obama, but was Trump. And The Economist wrote, democracy continues its disturbing retreat. More than half the countries in the latest update of the Democratic Health Index saw their scores decline. and so on and so forth. So there was a kind of an alarm. And a few months after the publication of this article in The Economist, also, we are still in 2018, The Week published another article on the same argument, and he concluded the article with this question. The question is if that's the question that the liberal Democrats need. So the question of authoritarianism is the question that the liberal Democrats need to answer before they are completely swept away. I think, and I will try to say why, that liberal Democrats are not equipped enough to find an answer. And probably even the concept or term liberal democracy has to be questioned. A second thing is what if, as a kind of a thought experiment, we try to think that populist movements that very often they are assimilated to right-wing movements or anti-democratic movements. So in Italy, very often the label populist means anti-democrat. So populists are the Five Stars movement, the populists are, so everything that basically disturbs the normal procedures of the liberal democratic state becomes kind of a populist. I disagree. I think so for many reasons. Populism is a kind of a gigantic umbrella that includes too many things. And when a concept is too vague, it means it doesn't explain anything. And then the second thing, I ask myself a different question. And the question is, what if populism is the wrong answer to the right question? But at least they get the question right, whereas the left doesn't even get the question right. That is my personal thought experiment, just to provoke myself, try to think outside of the box and see what you can find it. So then, talking about the populism and temporalities again, I think I'm burning all my time. I have to speed up or cut some parts. Okay, in any case, to talk about temporalities, in the 70s, there was a sociologist from Argentina, Gino Germani, and I think he has a very interesting interpretation, reading of populism, because he says that populism basically emerges when when different elements, different strata of a society are out of sync. He says, I cite Germani, that the coexistence of advanced groups and lagging groups, atrasados groups, this tension generates a whole series of asynchronous in the process of a transformation. Germany was good enough to understand that there is also a kind of a psychosocial dimension that emerges when these strata are in tension with each other, when there is a conflict, when there is a friction among strata. Then he observed that some social strata manifested this is Germany, the impulse to recover the traditional way of life as a part of an active propensity to reestablish the equilibrium between the psychological and the normative and environmental levels, which may involve a change in social structures, in their norms and environment. So I think this is a good starting point to try to understand what is going on in our societies and try to understand that we have, again, different strata of the population that are out of sync. Some of them, they feel they are really, they had been left behind, and they are full of anger and resentment. But we cannot call this anger and resentment stupid. It is a real sentiment. It's an emotion, and it is full of energy. The point is that the right wing, they know better how to use this pent-up energy. And I cite other two authors. Now we go back into the 30s. Basically, they were studying, they were trying to understand the rising of fascism and National Socialism. So one of them is Wilhelm Reich, kind of a crazy psychologist, but also smart. And Wilhelm Reich, in his book, The Mass Psychology of Fascism, published in 1933, he talked about different layers of the biopsychic structure. And these layers, he said, they are out of sync. Again, the same terminology. This is fascinating. You know, not only social strata, but now we have a psychological level that are out of sync. And fascism understood how to use the friction between them. Fascism, he says, drew its energy from the old millennial layer, still charged with rapacious and envious impulse. So again, the point is what do you do with this attention? And Wilhelm Reich understood that at that time, the left, or his interlocutors, the Communist Party, they were not able to address the right question. He says, while we presented the masses with a superb historical analysis and the economic treatises on the contradictions of imperialism, so basically he's talking about us, the academics, Hitler stirred the deepest roots of their emotional being. As Marx would have put it, we, the left, we left the praxis of the subjective factor to the idealists, is citing the thesis on Feuerbach. And we, the left, we act like mechanistic, economistic materialists. So we have to find a way to address the subjective dimension of this conflict, not only the objective. Oh, there are many contradictions and so on. And I think this is still the case, and this is something we have to think about. Another, I don't want to spend my time to think of, to expand this other point of view, but Ernst Bloch in 1932 had a kind of a similar analysis of a kind of a society that is out of sync. And in his analysis of fascism, he wrote, this is the first line of his essay, not all people exist in the same present. They do so only externally, by virtue of the fact that they can be seen today. So we share the same present, but that does not mean they live in the same time as others. I think this is the case for so many different countries. Yes, that requires not an abstract analysis, that requires a case-by-case analysis. And again, I think populist movements are pretty good in using and analyzing and I'm using, I would say, these attentions. You know, let's spend 30 seconds. No, I don't have time. It's already, I can see only 10 minutes. Okay, I think I have to cut off some of the stuff. Okay, so this is the kind of analysis that we can do with temporalities and the conflict of temporalities. But there is a second dimension, as I anticipated in my introduction, that has to be analyzed. And the second dimension is about, let me put it this way, so I can build a kind of a bridge between what I just said and what I want to say. So these strata of the population that had been left behind, and they are acting with a kind of anger, resentment. They also want their voice to be heard. They also want to find different channels to participate in the political life. Now the point is, what kind of channels do we have for political participation? And this is my second point. I will go a little bit fast, but I hope I will be clear. So my point is, as I say, the state is going in this direction. That is, the state is speeding up processes of decision making. The state is dismantling some essential democratic procedures, and the state doesn't give so much room to forms of political participations because they would slow down the process. Now my point is, sorry, I have to compress because I want to go to my point. So my point is this is not new. This is not a new phenomenon at all. My point is to be dramatic, that basically the modern state was born without, actually, no, the state was born in war, at war with intermediary bodies. The state was born at war with all these forms of associations and assemblies. The French Revolution, with Le Chapelier, declared associations, assemblies, and corporations illegal because incompatible with the idea of the sovereignty of the people, incompatible with individual human rights, and so on and so forth. So the French Revolution was a gigantic machine that worked to destroy intermediary bodies. The people who wanted intermediary bodies, associations, assemblies, corporations, they were the enragés, they were the radical sans-culottes, and they were the women in their clubs and associations. They wanted new forms of participation. But the French Revolution took this other trajectory, a trajectory to which Condorcet, for example, totally agreed with. Condorcet was on board on dismantling these anachronistic corporations because they sound and they look so much as the Ancien regime. We are talking about groups with authority and power, groups that can stop the convention. For that reason, Robespierre and the terror got rid of not only all these assemblies, but all the clubs. So the terror is not a deviation, as a Fourier would have said, a dérapage. No, the terror is not a dérapage. The terror is the accomplishment of the project of the French Revolution, concentration of power and the elimination of all these intermediary bodies. It sounds a little bit provocative, but this is what I want to discuss. So if this story makes sense, one can go even back, further back, and one can say, yes, basically the French Revolution realized the theoretical project of the modern state that you can already find in Hobbes' Leviathan, to be a little bit philosophical here. So in Hobbes, so what you have to think is that things are the other way around. The assumption of the modern state is not an atomized society, a society constituted by atomized individuals, and then the unity that is created by the state. It's the other way around. The state is a machine that atomizes a society, because a society otherwise is well organized. What Desenragé, what the people in the French Revolution wanted to do, they wanted to restore the social fabric. The revolution worked in the opposite direction, atomization of a society. So the work of the state is atomizing society. This is my point. Then there is I have 5 minutes, maybe 4. Now the point is now we have a problem. And you know, many thinkers saw the problem. Let's say at that time, in one of his lectures, Hegel, 1824-25, lectured to his students that we need to restore corporations. Die Aufgabe in der Zeit ist, Korporationen zu bilden. We have to rebuild corporation. We have to rebuild corporation because we need intermediary bodies. Otherwise, we are screwed. Otherwise, the state goes basically in the direction of the abstractions that Hobbes is talking about. And we have to prevent that direction by rebuilding a social fabric. And we have it, taught Hegel. We have a corporation. Tocqueville, a little bit later, had a similar insight. And he understood that we need to establish some limits. Otherwise, tyranny can emerge. And in the past, we had, said Tocqueville, we had customs, we have aristocratic limits, and then they were functional to the limitation of the power of the king. So the king didn't become a tyrant. But equality and democracy are eroding the authority of the past customs and the authority of these social barriers. So basically, there is nothing between individuals and sovereignty, and this is a problem. We need an antidote, and the antidote for Tocqueville was the constitution of free associations of citizens. So we are back to the point. We need a free associations of citizens, which basically, this is an interesting thing, they replace the work of the aristocracy in the Ancien Regime. So it's a similar dynamic. The monarchy was going in the direction of a concentration of power. The aristocracy act as a kind of a counterpower. The aristocracy is over. We don't have a counterpower. We can have a free associations. Obviously, there were free associations when Tocqueville wrote about democracy in America, and they were in Europe, at least, or in France, that he knew pretty well. There were socialist associations and assemblies. But one can say that Tocqueville didn't want to go in that direction, obviously. And then his idea of a free associations can be even understood as a kind of a polemical term in order to create something that is not the socialist assemblies. But the socialist assemblies worked pretty well as a counterpower, as a form of a limitation for the concentration of power. Now, my point is what? That without that social, I have 1 minute, without that social pressure, without that conflictual dynamic between society and the state, the legal mechanism of the state implodes, and the state not only gets rid of all these restrictions, but the state, this is my second provocative statement, does not degenerate. The state goes back to its normal, regular path. The exception is the fact that we have counterpowers. The logic of the state, if you read political theory, the logic of the state doesn't require counterpowers. In Hobbes, they are unthinkable. But there are counterpowers. So the exception in the grammar, in the legal political grammar of the state, is that there are counterpowers. If there are no counterpowers, the state is just doing what the state is programmed to do. Go back to the regular path, in which basically there is nothing between the state and the individuals. That is a problem. And then at that point, probably we can start thinking that a lot of legal procedures that we celebrate when we talk about democracy, check and balance, and so on and so forth, they were actually the result of a compromise. They were not embodied in the grammar of the state. They were the result of a compromise. The compromise that result from the conflict between the state and society. So without that conflict, there is no need for a compromise. Why should I preserve check and balance? Why should I care about these mechanisms which are in function only as a compromise? Why should I celebrate liberal democracy that was actually, historically speaking, a kind of a polemical concept that emerged in the 20th century as a counter-concept against socialism? So now you understand that if a socialism is over, where is the life? From where liberal democracy can take energy if liberal democracy has been used as a polemical concept? So if you take away the opponent, a polemical concept implodes and disappears. So I would say, enough with the liberal democracy. And now, okay, I really want to conclude. Give me 35 seconds. In 35 seconds, so, okay, is a dark scenario? I don't know, maybe yes. But I think, so first of all, a couple of things I can understand. So first of all, authoritarianism as a fascism in the 20s and 30s is not a parenthesis, is not a deviation, as my fellow Italian Benedetto Croce said. It's not a Benedetto Croce. It's not a parenthesis. It's here to stay. Even more, I would say, is also a kind of a going back of the state into its regular path. Obviously, many things can happen. So and we can find a new compromise. It's possible, but we have to be very aware that it will be just a new compromise. And it can last for 20, 30 years if we are lucky. And so I don't know. I'm not a political scientist. I don't do predictions. I just try to understand what is the logic of these things. So the point is in a certain way, and this is the interesting thing, that I see more and more people around who are in different ways. We disagree, but in different ways. And Nadia Urbinati didn't come. I disagree with Nadia Urbinati, but I also agree on many things, because she also says, oh, we need to rethink the function of intermediary bodies. And for her, parties are intermediary bodies. It's good. So this is, I think this is something that has to be taught, has to be addressed. In a few words, probably the pharmacon, the way out from our terrible situation can be found not in some adjustment at the level of legal procedures, but at the level of how can we reorganize a society, or how, now we cannot do it, how society can reorganize itself in terms of assemblies, groups, intermediary bodies. So the medicine, the pharmacon is obviously at the level of societies and not at the level of different legal procedures or a way to fix some mechanism that apparently do not work well today. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias al profesor Tomba por plantear estas ideas, que me parece son un excelente punto de partida para las discusiones que tendremos durante esta jornada, y también por la atención al tiempo. Muchas gracias. Doy la palabra a Ilan Bisberg para su comentario. Adelante, Ilan.
Okay, muchas gracias. Creo que no voy a ser mucho más optimista que Massimiliano. Y bueno, quisiera decir que en este comentario voy a analizar algunas de las ideas que ha propuesto Massimiliano Tomba en su conferencia. Realmente sí coincide bastante bien mi comentario con lo que ha dicho, aunque como dijo no tuve la oportunidad de leer su ponencia. Aunque por supuesto de manera indirecta entonces a sus ideas, porque me baso en varios de sus artículos que leí para esta ocasión. Voy a responder a sus ideas, elaborar algunos elementos desde mi perspectiva, así como añadir mis puntos de vista que espero que se entiendan como una discusión con su ponencia. Antes de entrar de lleno en las ideas de Tomba, que considero más originales y que se relacionan con mis propios trabajos sobre temporalidad, quisiera proponer una idea general sobre la democracia, que es, como ya lo planteó el ponente, es un régimen frágil y muy exigente de sus ciudadanos. Myriam Revaud-Dallon, en su libro ¿Por qué no amamos la democracia?, analiza el argumento central de Claude Lefort en el sentido de que, mientras que en la monarquía el espacio político estaba incorporado por el rey, por el cuerpo del rey, y estaba legitimado de manera metasocial, religiosa, tradicional, en la democracia desaparece todo rastro metasocial y el espacio de poder se vuelve un espacio vacío que no es ocupado por nadie. Esto en la medida en que el poder es ejercido por un sujeto, por un partido o por un grupo de partidos que solo lo ocupan temporalmente hasta las siguientes elecciones. La democracia es entonces el régimen de la incertidumbre. Nunca es claro cuánto tiempo y quién va a ocupar el vacío del poder. Y en esa medida muchos movimientos sociales, movimientos políticos han tratado de llenar este espacio con ideas como nación, verdad, patria, justicia, raza y pueblo. Bueno, en sus artículos y en su ponencia, Tomba afirma que la fuente del descontento que ha dado lugar al auge de los movimientos y partidos de derecha, descontento o incertidumbre, es el aumento de la incertidumbre producida por la asincronía entre las temporalidades políticas, económicas y jurídicas, y yo añadiría subjetivas, que se han producido en las últimas décadas, más que la globalización y la desigualdad que se han producido desde los años 80 por causa de esta, aunque obviamente la desigualdad, la globalización añaden e influyen en esta incertidumbre y en este desencanto. En primer lugar, se ha producido un desacople, dice Tomba, entre la economía y la democracia, lo acabo de mencionar. A causa de la financiarización. La financiarización de la economía impone una velocidad de toma de decisiones que rebasa a las democracias, que están basadas en la lentitud del proceso participativo. Esto es correlativo con la asincronía entre la propia economía real y la financiera. Los especuladores están comandando cada vez más a las empresas, más que los directivos de esas propias empresas. El ahorro en bolsa exige retornos muy rápidos, los inversionistas en bolsa buscan ganancias cada vez más rápidas, porque, como dice la Escuela de la Regulación, Robert Boyer, entre otros, las finanzas son más impacientes que la producción. El hecho de que las finanzas dominen la economía real y, más recientemente, que se utilicen algoritmos ultra rápidos en las transacciones en bolsa, tiene como consecuencia su desacople de la economía real, que se caracteriza por la lentitud de la inversión, de la innovación y de los desarrollos tecnológicos. Este desacople puede modificar el rumbo de una economía rápidamente, lo que puede tener efectos devastadores sobre la vida de los ciudadanos de un país y del mundo, como lo vimos en la crisis global de 2008-2009. Los sistemas políticos democráticos, o no, inclusive, no tienen la rapidez de respuesta y pierden legitimidad al no poder contrastar los efectos nocivos de la economía financiarizada sobre las poblaciones. Tomba también menciona la asincronía entre la temporalidad nacional y la supranacional. Un ejemplo, la Unión Europea responde a decisiones de sus dirigentes en Bruselas, que son medidas ejecutivas que dependen de un proyecto global, que no toma en cuenta los tiempos y necesidades nacionales. Los tecnócratas nacionales pretenden aplicar la temporalidad supranacional de Bruselas a una temporalidad nacional sin poder considerar por la urgencia, realmente el ritmo en el que los empresarios, los trabajadores, los agricultores logran y pueden ajustarse y quieren ajustarse a las nuevas directivas. Tomba también discute varios escritos sobre el fascismo clásico que mencionó, que hablaban sobre las discordancias de la temporalidad entre diversas poblaciones que viven en un mismo espacio. Cita a Bloch en el sentido de que no todas las poblaciones viven en el mismo ahora. Por su parte, también cita a Germani, quien escribió sobre el populismo y que decía el cambio es asincrónico. Esto significa que mientras algunos grupos están en plena modernización, en los años 30, 40, 50, otros están enraizados en patrones tradicionales. Algunos sectores han sido dejados atrás en el proceso de modernización y ahora en el proceso de globalización. Y son estos sectores los que componen la base del fascismo, o los que componían la base del fascismo en el pasado y de la deriva fascista actual. Estos son sectores que han sufrido el desclasamiento. Las poblaciones de clase media en los Estados Unidos, en el Midwest, y las que en Francia decidieron vivir en ciudades medias alejadas de los grandes centros urbanos y que generaron el movimiento de los Gilets jaunes en 2019. Las que viven en lo que fue en Alemania del Este, consideran que ni el presente ni el futuro corresponden a sus aspiraciones y que el pasado fue mejor. Estas poblaciones se perciben a sí mismas como perdedoras de la globalización, lo que ha generado un sentimiento no solo de injusticia de parte de sus gobiernos, sino de desprecio por el resto de la población. Acordémonos de lo que Hillary Clinton dijo en una de las conferencias que dio en un debate, basket of deplorables, ¿no? Los llamó, y en cierta medida se sienten, esas poblaciones que votan por Trump, se sienten desconsideradas, despreciadas por la población de las costas y por las políticas que los gobernantes de las costas han llevado a cabo. Y esto se vincula con una idea central para Axel Honneth, que es la falta de reconocimiento de estas poblaciones se ha vuelto central para entender cómo los individuos se relacionan con la política y cómo ésta responde a ella. Está presente en estas poblaciones lo que define Hartmut Rosa como una aceleración del tiempo, que ha significado un descoplamiento del tiempo vivido del tiempo social. Los cambios tecnológicos han conducido a que la economía tenga que innovar cada vez más rápidamente y a que surjan nuevas ramas de actividad que requieren de otras capacidades y conocimientos, que entonces nuestras habilidades, conocimientos, caduquen rápidamente. Pensemos cómo por cientos o miles de años un campesino cultivaba la tierra de la misma manera que su padre, abuelo y así por generaciones. Cómo por cientos de años un artesano o inclusive un obrero laboraba igual que sus antepasados. Actualmente, en el lapso de unas décadas y cada vez más de unos años, lo que sabemos hacer se vuelve inútil y las capacidades profesionales y obreras caducan varias veces en el lapso de una vida humana. El tiempo cultural también se ha acelerado. Cambios culturales que en el pasado tomaban una generación o más suceden en el lapso de una misma generación. Tomba menciona como Wilhelm Reich decía que la ideología y las estructuras psíquicas cambian más lentamente que las condiciones sociales, de las cuales derivan y cómo entran en conflicto con las nuevas formas de vida. Los cambios culturales acelerados que se han sucedido en la actualidad, como el quiebre de la familia, el arribo de migrantes con costumbres y religiones distintas, el nuevo papel de la mujer, el matrimonio igualitario, la erosión de todo tipo de autoridad, han acentuado esa fuente de incertidumbre para amplios sectores de las poblaciones y lo que ha dado a una ofensiva cultural conservadora de las extremas derechas de muchos países, basada en ese sentimiento de estas poblaciones de estar perdiendo todo tipo de marcos conceptuales, epistemológicos. Bueno, y de vida. A todo ello se añade un sentimiento aún más profundo de falta de puntos de referencia temporales, dado que, como dicen muchos autores, entre ellos Tomba, por supuesto, estamos viviendo en un presente continuo sin perspectiva. Tomba nos recuerda la manera en la cual la Ilustración destruyó la autoridad de la tradición, la presencia del pasado en el presente. A partir del propósito de Descartes de hacer tabla rasa de todo lo que conocemos para construir una nueva idea de lo que sabemos y somos, solo el futuro se hizo accesible como alternativa al pasado. Y el futuro estaba garantizado por el progreso. No obstante, en la actualidad la idea de progreso está en crisis, lo que tiene como consecuencia, como escriben Koselleck y Hartog, que vivimos en un presente continuo que se renueva cada vez más rápidamente, pero que está caducado, que está estancado, ya que no apunta ni conduce a ningún lado más que a sí mismo de manera permanente, algo que ellos llaman el presentismo. Todo ello ha tenido como consecuencia que la incertidumbre fundacional de la democracia se acreciente y origine el contexto sociocultural y establezca el contexto sociocultural sobre el cual los movimientos de extrema derecha pretenden movilizar a las poblaciones hacia un regreso a un pasado inventado y a un rechazo a lo diferente. O como dice Tomba, hacia un futuro en el pasado, a un sentimiento de continuidad, tradición, estabilización para hacer frente a una sociedad caracterizada por disrupciones, desarraigo e inestabilidad. Pero esto no está sucediendo de manera indeliberada, sino que está siendo provocado por movimientos de extrema derecha, cada vez más cercanos a lo que se puede definir como fascismo. La pregunta es, ¿cómo logra el autoritarismo apoderarse de las conciencias de estas poblaciones para adelantar su agenda neoconservadora? Para responder es necesario analizar acentuación del individualismo en el mundo moderno y los mecanismos accesibles a los movimientos de extrema derecha, para lo cual vamos a referirnos al trabajo de Eva Illouz. En primer lugar, la caída del muro de Berlín dio lugar a un capitalismo sin adversario, que se liberó de tener que conciliar el mercado con el bienestar de los trabajadores. Va en el sentido de lo que dijo Tomba, solamente que llevado a la actualidad. Él dice, el Estado nunca ha querido los intermediarios, el Estado nació en guerra con los intermediarios, y lo que yo estoy tratando de explicar es que a partir de los años 1989 se dio rienda suelta a la destrucción de las intermediaciones, como también ya lo dijo, ¿no? Entonces, por otra parte, la financiarización de la economía tuvo como consecuencia la desindustrialización, la sustitución de trabajos manufactureros por otros en el comercio y los servicios, peor pagados, temporales y sobre todo sin representación social alguna. Por otra parte, el incremento de la desigualdad al interior de los países más ricos está desgastando a las clases medias, que eran mayoritarias, y derruyendo los fundamentos sociopolíticos sobre los cuales se basaban las viejas democracias, que, como nos dijeron desde Aristóteles y Tocqueville, son la base de la democracia. En el citado libro de Revaud d'Allon, esta autora propone que la democracia no se puede restringir a sus instituciones, a sus procedimientos, sino que es un tipo de sociedad que es necesario estudiar como una experiencia subjetiva. Y por ello, para que haya democracia, deben existir demócratas. Es cada vez más claro, como decían Platón, Aristóteles, pero también una autora contemporánea como Martha Nussbaum, este régimen de la democracia solo puede existir si la población tiene las capacidades necesarias para vivir en él y si el Estado promueve estas capacidades, la adquisición de estas capacidades. Y Tocqueville describía cómo la democracia en América era posible porque había personas que leían periódicos, que participaban activamente en asociaciones civiles, que tenían y practicaban una cultura política democrática. Este autor consideraba que el individualismo era el mayor peligro de la democracia, no solo porque permitiría que el Estado se erigiera sobre los individuos aislados y los dominara, sino porque la democracia no es posible si los individuos están aislados. Al tiempo que se destruían las organizaciones intermedias en las últimas décadas, el desarrollo de los medios de comunicación, las organizaciones intermedias que permiten, que posibilitan, que son el caldo de la democracia, el desarrollo de los medios de comunicación, en especial del Internet, las plataformas sociales y ahora la inteligencia artificial, han facilitado la circulación de información política y la participación política individualizada, virtual, en aislamiento. Los nuevos medios de comunicación ofrecen un acceso a la política sin intermediaciones, ¿no? O sea, la energía de la que hablaba Tomba de política, de que digamos, la gente, las personas quieren participar, tienen un deseo de participar políticamente, esto el Internet se los da, y se los da mucho más fácilmente que antes, inclusive de forma inmediata. Los nuevos medios de comunicación ofrecen un acceso, sin embargo, sin intermediaciones, sin discusión con otros, con individuos encerrados en esferas autónomas, monadas colectivas, construidos por efecto de los algoritmos, además, en los que nos llevan a solo leer lo que confirma nuestras ideas y nuestros sentimientos. En el presente es posible que cada uno de nosotros se haga una idea de lo que sucede en el mundo sin necesidad de diálogo, de deliberación, lo que para Hannah Arendt era central, ya que la política se construye en conjunto, en un diálogo conflictivo con los demás individuos, con los que están de acuerdo con nosotros y con los que no lo están. Además, en este mundo virtual, son las emociones más que la razón las que juegan un papel preponderante, como plantea el importante libro de Eva Illouz. Como escribe Illouz, los sectores políticos de extrema derecha son especialmente poderosos a la hora de dar forma a narrativas que otorgan significados emocionales a experiencias sociales. En este caso, las que generan la asincronía de las temporalidades, el sentimiento de incomprensión y resentimiento de amplias capas de la población. Además, la globalización neoliberal ha tenido como consecuencia la concentración de los medios de comunicación en manos de grupos que se han afiliado a los movimientos de extrema derecha y que han logrado forjar armas formidables para distorsionar las conciencias. En Europa y los Estados Unidos, Murdoch, Elon Musk, Bolloré en Francia, en México, Televisa, TV Azteca, Brasil, Grupo Globo, entre muchos otros. Estos medios difunden una percepción del mundo social a través de marcos causales sociales defectuosos, como plantea Iluz. Explicaciones viciadas de los procesos sociales y económicos, como lo define esta autora. Viciadas no quiere decir falsas, ya que contienen huellas de una experiencia social real, huellas que producen razones con coherencia interna, pero que son distorsionadas por especialistas en comunicación y hábiles políticos, lo que permite que estas narrativas tengan efectos sobre ambas capas de la población, aunque vayan en contra de sus intereses. Son narrativas distorsionadas, aunque parezcan coherentes, dado que están construidas por elementos contradictorios o falsos, como por ejemplo que el desempleo es generado por los migrantes. Expresan la percepción que las personas tienen de su bienestar en una situación determinada. Se sienten verdaderas, aunque ignoren las causas reales de los acontecimientos y en muchas ocasiones vehiculen acciones públicas contrarias a sus intereses, como por ejemplo el apoyo de las clases obreras al Brexit o el voto de las poblaciones afroamericanas y latinas por Trump. Según Iluz, el impacto que consiguen estas narrativas se debe a su capacidad para otorgar significados emocionales a experiencias sociales. Y lo logran porque solo las emociones, nos dice Iluz, tienen el poder multiforme de negar la evidencia empírica, desbordar el propio interés y responder a situaciones sociales concretas. Y para ello bastan mensajes políticos simples, imágenes y frases cortas. Los medios de comunicación acentuaron aún más las características que Adorno y Horkheimer habían descubierto en los viejos medios. Los mensajes simples, de pocas palabras, y ahora de imágenes, shock, apelan a las emociones más que a la razón. Las explicaciones de los científicos sociales, los políticos de izquierda, son muy complejas porque la realidad es muy compleja y obviamente los populistas, los autoritarios, los movimientos de derecha, extrema derecha, usan imágenes y frases simples que apelan más a la emoción, como decía, que a la razón. Bueno, es de esta manera, así concluyo, que como nos ha recordado Maximiliano Tomba, las incertidumbres e injusticias legítimas en las que viven muchos habitantes en el mundo actual están siendo instrumentadas por movimientos de extrema derecha para derruir las democracias e imponer sistemas de gobiernos autoritarios con tendencia al neofascismo que se asemeja al del pasado, en tanto concibe la política como guerra y por su odio al otro, por razones no solo sociales y culturales, sino raciales, pero que tiene características propias que debemos desenmascarar. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias al profesor Ilan Bisberg por este comentario. Nos quedan aproximadamente 7 minutos para hacer una ronda de preguntas. Tengo una pregunta que ya nos llegó por redes sociales y estamos en espera de recoger quizá un par más para que nos dé tiempo de que el profesor Tomba responda y tomemos una pausa antes de la siguiente mesa. Entonces, abro el espacio. Si alguien tiene alguna pregunta, les pido por favor que se presenten si es posible para que la audiencia pueda conocerles.
Gracias, Melina. Hello, my name is Luisi Pedrosa. I'm a professor here at the Centro de Estudios Internacionales as well. And thank you for this very thought-provoking presentation, and also to Ilan for this wonderful comment. I have a comment regarding this asynchronicity of temporalities that you observe. I think that just as authoritarian leaders try to accelerate some processes and disrupt the democratic processes by executive orders, by changing democratic procedures, there is behind that acceleration a willingness to perpetuate themselves. So in the end, they want to justify these accelerated procedures by saying our project is of long endurance, and we need to stay in power. We need to secure that our party, that our movement, that this new ideology is rooted into politics. So there is a slight tension, right, in the argument of how they disrupt the temporality of liberal democratic politics. I would say that they are definitely trying to disrupt the times allotted by law to democratic procedures, but it's not clear to me that they always want to accelerate it, precisely because they want to perpetuate in power and extend presidential limits and so on. So I take from Ilan's comment that he added another adjective to the kinds of asynchronicity that you observe, and that's subjective. And the subjective asynchronicity, to me, it seems very relevant, because what I see and I hear take something from Kudakwashi Vanyoro. This is a South African scholar who recently spoke at our seminar for the Studies on the Future. And he says that there is this chronopolitics at work in the very manipulation of that occurs in politics to say, some people have been left behind, and we need to speed up things so that they can catch up with the rest. So there's a sort of also creation of a relative deprivation argument. I think this is very compelling when I look at, for example, the voting patterns for the extreme right in some countries in Europe. I am closest to Germany. I follow that the most. And I see that the voters for the AfD are not necessarily the poorest voters. And they are distributed also in West Germany. So it seems that this fabrication of a relative deprivation, of an argument that you have been left behind, even though people have their basic needs covered, is working. And I would like to listen to your reflection on this. Also provocation.
Muchas gracias a la doctora Pedrosa. ¿Tenemos otra pregunta por ahí? Bueno, leo la que recibimos por internet. Es una pregunta de Dexter Martin. It seems that accelerationism is historically encoded in the modern state. Is there another possible conception of the state out of this path? Y adelante, profesor Toma, gracias.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. Thank you. So, I would say, what are the right wing or the authoritarian governments, what they try to do is can be called a kind of acceleration. They want to speed up processes, but they want to speed up processes of decision making. Maybe they want to basically resynchronize, to use these two terms, the formal constitution and the material constitution. The material constitution is, basically our society, it's the global society, it's all this messy web of different powers today. And then we have to think that our formal constitutions had been written basically more or less all of them after the Second World War. And it was a very different material constitution, was a different society, it was an industrial society. In Italy was, and here as well, a mix of industrial society and peasantry. So it was a very different social fabric. So the point is the formal and the material don't match anymore. I think the right wing, the authoritarian leaders are doing the job. They are resynchronizing the two constitutions. In a way we don't like or we like, but this is something that, I sound kind of an idealist, that something that the canning of reason has to do, something that has to be done, so in a way or in another. And this is what is going on. But I think the interesting thing about the authoritarian leaders and what is going on in authoritarianism today is, in my opinion, the subjective dimension that you mentioned. I think this is much more interesting to me, because this subjective asynchronicity is related to, with a lot of things that Ilian said. It's about the subjective feeling of acceleration. The subjective feeling of my experience is basically garbage. I cannot orient myself in the present with my knowledge and experience because of acceleration. As Rosa Kozelek, they pointed out this problem. Now the point is that in a time in which we are deeply disoriented and we feel that the future can be even worse or very risky, then I would say the only available temporality is the past. Let's go back. Let's try to restore something. And this is a kind of this is how the past can be subjectively and politically mobilized. So the so-called right wing, they mobilize things like religion, family, tradition, sense of belonging. Now, I would say, as Ernst Bloch said in the 30s, stop, hold on, because these things belong to us. These things belongs to the left, belongs to the forces of emancipation and liberation. That was Ernst Bloch accusation against the Nazis. He said even the term Heimat as a radical left reading, interpretation, and meaning. So Bloch, and I agree with Bloch, understood a couple of things. These terms that had been abandoned or had been left by the left are now weaponized by the right wing. And they are doing that very well. The point is how to take it back, how to take back all these terms that belong to a different tradition, a tradition of liberation and emancipation. And even, again, the title of my last book is Revolution and Restoration. And restoration was the term that was used by the insurgents for the entire 19th century. So the communards in 1844 revolution, they were talking about restoring the social fabric. They didn't use the term revolution. Revolution is an ex post script that we used to read the 19th century. Enough already. So the term restoration was the language of radical insurgents in the 19th century, and they wanted to restore the social fabric. But today, the term restoration immediately is associated with something conservative or authoritarian. We have to break the spell. And we have to find a way to use our language and terms in a new way. Otherwise, we just corner ourselves. And this is the subjective dimension you were talking about, I think. I don't know if I answered all your questions, but I tried. Yeah. Oh, there is another, that is a very difficult question. Yeah, and Dexter Martin, is I know who asked the question. It was a visiting student at UCSC for a while, and we had many conversations. And now, just a few months ago, he defended his dissertation here in Mexico City. So his question is if acceleration or even this kind of authoritarian path is embodied in the logic of the state, the question is there an alternative path? Just not to end up with a dark pessimism. I would say yes. But my answer, and Dexter knows my answer is yes. But in order to even see this alternative path, this different path, we need different terms and concepts. That is easy. No, because I think we cannot, we scholars, philosophers, we don't create concepts. And the concepts which are available to us are totally inadequate to go through these alternative paths. So basically we are stuck if we think, how can we use the current concept, even very radical concepts, to find a radical path? My answer is you can't. The best thing you can do is you can create some neologism and believe that your neologism is a new concept. It's not. It's just a word. Now, my point is a concept can emerge from real practices. So we have to become, we academics, a little bit more humble and try to understand what is the theory in action in real existing social political movements. This is what we should do. And there are many movements in which we see this kind of a reanimation of concepts through practice. Is the imperative mandate, a feudal medieval institution that has been reanimated by so many populist movements. And when I had a conversation, when I had a conversation about imperative mandate in the US, and because it sounds a little bit closer to what they have in the US, we don't have it in Italy. It's called the recall. It's the right to recall a representative. And this is an institution that is more often used by the right wing, by the Republican than the Democrats. And I had a conversation with a very radical colleague, and he said, oh, this recall is garbage, the Republicans, they use it all the time. I said, how is possible, basically, that you don't know that the imperative mandate was one of the basic institutions in the Paris Commune, was one of the basic institutions during the Russian Revolution. It was the basic institution of the Enragé. And so it was a tradition, but we forgot the history of these institutions. And now we think that these institutions are just monopolized by the right wing, and therefore they should be also bad by definition. No, they are alternatives. And what is interesting is that I cannot reanimate institutions like imperative mandate by writing an article. But there are so many social practices in which you can see imperative mandate in action. An imperative mandate is not only the right to recall representative, it requires a kind of a dispersed idea of a sovereignty. It requires the reanimation of the intermediary bodies we were talking about. So all these things are related. I think there is a gigantic need for politics, but it's just a need. It's like if you are hungry, there is a need for food. And we don't know what kind of a food is available and what kind of food can be cooked. But there is a need for food. And we have to work with that need. And there is a need for politics that can go in many different directions. And I think we have to work, at least my job as an intellectual, with this kind of an open field of possibilities and try to understand these alternative paths, that was the question of my colleagues, these alternative paths on the basis of what is going on, what the people are doing, real experiences, the real practices. And in my Insurgent to Universality book, I wrote a chapter on the Zapatistas. with this idea is what I can learn in terms of a theory from their practice. Yeah. I'm done.
Muchas gracias nuevamente al profesor Tomba por esta conferencia, al profesor Ilan Bisberg por su comentario que nos permitió ampliar el panorama, vincular con otras ideas y literaturas. Muchas gracias. Gracias a todas, a todos por su presencia en esta primera mesa. Tenemos unos minutos para tomar café, para tomar un descanso y nos vemos inmediatamente después a las 11:30 para la próxima mesa. Gracias.
Thank you.
Hola, hola, buenos días. Les pido que por favor tomen sus asientos para comenzar la siguiente mesa. Muchas gracias. Vamos a comenzar con la siguiente mesa. Tenemos a dos excelentes ponentes, Roxanne Uben y Reinaldo Ortega. Como sus ponencias no están realmente conectadas, voy a procurar tomar el tiempo para que cada uno de nuestros ponentes tenga tiempo suficiente y también tengamos entre la profesora Uben y el profesor Ortega espacio para sus preguntas sobre la primera ponencia e idealmente terminemos también a tiempo para la pausa de la comida. Entonces, buenos días, les doy la más cordial bienvenida a esta segunda mesa de nuestra conferencia Los nuevos rostros del autoritarismo. Voy a presentar a la profesora Roxanne Uben, quien es doctora en Política y Estudios del Cercano Oriente por la Universidad de Princeton y catedrática de Ciencias Sociales en la Universidad de Pensilvania. Su línea de investigación principal es la política comparada, sobre todo en la intersección del pensamiento político islámico y el euroamericano. Su obra abarca temas como la humillación y la masculinidad, el cosmopolitismo musulmán, la yihad, el martirio y la acción política, por mencionar solo algunos. Es autora de Driven to Their Knees, Humiliation in Contemporary Politics, que es nuevecito, Journeys to the Other Shore, Muslim and Western Travelers in Search of Knowledge, y Enemy in the Mirror, Islamic Fundamentalism and the Limits of Modern Rationalism. Profesora Roxanne, es un gusto tenerla aquí. Bienvenida y adelante con su ponencia.
Muchas gracias y buenos días. I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers and particularly to Umberto Beck, who fielded many tiny questions from me. I'd like to begin my remarks this morning with two quotes issued by two well-known figures within the last 25 years, and it's going to be a test or a game. See if you can tell who they are. First, here's the first one. After some minor skirmishes in which dozens of your soldiers were killed and an American pilot was dragged through the streets of Mogadishu, you left defeated, repelled back, taking your dead, dragging the tales of failure, disappointment, defeat, and humiliation. Clinton appeared in front of the whole world, threatening to take revenge, but his threat was only a preliminary for retreat. God has humiliated you and you withdrew. The extent of your impotence and weakness has become clear. The spectacle of you being defeated in 3 Islamic cities, Beirut, Aden, and Mogadishu, has healed the breasts of a believing people. That last is, well, I'm not going to say where it's from, actually. I'll give it away. Here's the second. Our citizens have lived through one international humiliation after another, one after another. We all remember the images of our sailors being forced to their knees by their Iranian captors at gunpoint. Another humiliation came when President Obama drew a red line in Syria, and the whole world knew that it meant absolutely nothing. In Libya, our consulate, the symbol of American prestige around the globe, was brought down in flames. This is the legacy of Hillary Clinton: death, destruction, terrorism, and weakness. Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. As long as we're led by politicians who will not put America first, then we can be assured that other nations will not treat America with respect, the respect that we deserve. This also requires defeating the barbarians of ISIS, and we're going to defeat them bad. We're going to win. We're going to win fast. It's time to show the whole world that America is back, bigger and better and stronger than ever before. Anybody know who the author of the second quote is? Is it obvious? Yes. The source of the second quote is from Donald Trump, his acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention in 2016. And the first, that's harder. It's from Osama bin Laden's 1998 declaration of war against the Americans occupying the land of the two holy places. This is a jarring juxtaposition, especially when you figure out who actually wrote these. Aside from great wealth, it's difficult to imagine two men who have less in common, and they certainly wouldn't sit down for a drink happily. These quotes are addressed to very different audiences and serve distinct purposes, but it's precisely these differences that make several overlaps stand out. To begin with, there's the shared emphasis on humiliation. Of course, Trump's speech is in English, or at least his version of it, whereas bin Laden uses terms I've translated as humiliation. But the etymologies of both, that is, the roots of both words, the Arabic words and the English word for humiliation, are remarkably similar. They both refer to a push or orientation downwards toward the earth and into the dirt. It's also true of humiliation in other languages like German and Biblical Hebrew. Of course, the root of a term doesn't dictate how speakers use it, but in this case, roots and use converge. They connote the act or experience of becoming lowly, inferior, or degraded. In both passages, moreover, humiliation plays out in a relation of power to powerlessness, performed and produced publicly. Humiliation is a spectacle, to use bin Laden's word, just as victory over it must be, in Trump's phrase, shown to the whole world. And in both passages, humiliation is gendered. I'll say more about that later. Now, Trump has been called by some the master humiliator, but I begin with these two passages precisely because humiliation rhetoric is not unique. Quite the contrary, both of these passages exemplify the extent to which it pervades contemporary politics. More than that, they show that humiliation rhetoric isn't confined to a single language, culture, or region. It can be expressed in a religious idiom or a nationalist idiom, and it's not tethered to any particular political event or provocation. In fact, humiliation rhetoric is one of those things that once you focus on it, you begin to see it almost everywhere. Consider the US withdrawal from Vietnam, which has always been characterized as the traumatic humiliation that has haunted all foreign ventures ever since, although it hasn't really stopped us. Humiliation pervades exhortations for the rise of the Third Reich in Germany, and China even named an entire century after it. Just this month, President Nicolás Maduro vowed that, quote, Venezuela will never humiliate itself before any empire, regardless of its power or name. And Vladimir Putin praised Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a balanced and wise leader who would never allow any humiliation in front of anyone. The examples could be endless, but what they do is draw attention to more than the recurrence of humiliation rhetoric. At a very basic level, they spotlight the particular affinity between humiliation rhetoric and the politics of domination we're here to discuss. And I should say I use the politics of domination rather than authoritarianism, mainly to bracket debates over what it is that we're talking about, the terminological debates, but even more importantly, to deflect our attention or decenter the state and its institutions that are usually at the heart of most scholarship on humiliation. And that makes it easier to focus on the pressing need to focus and decode on humiliation rhetoric. It's articulated at multiple sites and in many modes, and it circulates and endows particular meetings with affective heft. Okay. What I'll argue is that humiliation rhetoric creates meanings that aren't only a language about power, but are themselves a powerful vocabulary that constitutes and mobilizes effective attachment to hierarchy and domination. So in a way, what I'm trying to do is, although I'm a political scientist, I'm not predicting. I'm going to borrow from Max Tomba and say, I want to understand the logic of the thing. And there are a number of things that I want to make sure that I differentiate from, which is, this is not an argument about the irrationality of those who respond to it. This is not predicated on an opposition between emotion and reason. And I'll just throw that out. We can talk about that later. The questions I want to ask are related to not only what does humiliation say, but what does it do, as in how does it work? Not in the sense of how is it received, but how does it work rhetorically and discursively, politically and emotionally? I won't try to answer that question fully. What I'll do is draw from, actually, my new book is called Driven to Its Knees. I'm sorry for referring to that. I will leave that self-referential thing behind. I had to mention it because I'm just drawing from the theory that I analyzed there, and I've tried to distill it into 7 points. I don't know if it'll work, but just know that these points, don't let the enumeration fool you. This isn't about sequential steps. This is about a series of features that work in interrelated ways, intersecting components of a larger theory. First and foremost, this rhetoric consistently constitutes humiliation as the imposition of impotence by those with undeserved power. That's the formal or expository way of putting it. There's also an experiential way of putting the same thing. And if you've ever been humiliated, you actually know it when you feel it, right? It's kind of more intuitive. In fact, humiliation is as much a feeling as an idea or a concept. It's a feeling, to put it bluntly, of being made to eat dirt. And it's notable here that the Latin root, I'm just dirty enough to know this, that the Latin root of the English word humiliation is humus, which does not refer to a chickpea dip, it refers to earth or dirt. And in many of these etymologies, earth and dirt is central. Okay, both expository and experiential have the same core, the sense of being unfairly subjected to intolerable powerlessness. It's sharpened, that meaning is sharpened perhaps best in contrast to shame. Shame and humiliation are routinely conflated, but these are radically different phenomena, and the contrast between them is instructive. Briefly put, shame is recognition of one's own inadequacies or failings, but humiliation is about being publicly and unfairly, undeservedly subjugated by those who don't deserve power in the first place. So precisely why Trump, ever eager to humiliate others, is often called shameless. Okay, second, you'll notice that I use the word impotence, which harkens back to the point I made that humiliation in both passages I started with is gendered. Whether we're talking about Trump, bin Laden, or say Putin, we can throw in a few other people, the hierarchy of humiliation is never a generic relation of power to powerlessness with somehow interchangeable inhabitants. The roles of both powerful and powerless are literally or symbolically inhabited by men. And the struggle to maintain or flip the hierarchy of power is also gendered masculine. This is overly simplistic, I know, but what's crucial is the long-standing arguments made by scholars of gender that the dominant norm of masculinity still conveys the right and expectation of power. This norm is widely familiar, even if it's more honored in the breach when it comes to how people perform masculinity in their daily lives. So this is not about how people actually live. This is about expectations that are widely known. Okay, so it's gendered masculine in the sense that it translates the capacity to impose powerlessness on others as a performance of virility. Where do women appear in this? They don't speak for themselves, but they're everywhere because they work in images that basically work as a mirror or measure of masculinity. You can see it in a lot of invective by ISIS that talk about vulnerable or violated women's bodies subjected to or protected by men. Less obviously, it's at work in Trump's various references to how flaccid and feminized leaders have opened the nation to penetration by hordes of foreigners who soil, degrade, and laugh at her. The female figure never speaks in her own voice. She is a symbol that works to incite, exhort, and goad men to action. And just in case violated virtue as an image or an exhortation doesn't work, bin Laden invents a chorus of wives, mothers, and daughters and ventriloquizes them to exhort men to engage in jihad and be ready to die for it, because they say there's no other way to blot out some shames. Death is better than a life in humiliation. That is what bin Laden makes up and attributes to a chorus of women. That doesn't mean that women can't be humiliated. Again, this is not about how people actually experience and live their lives. Too many women know better. It's about how the gendering of power encoded in humiliation constitutes the female as a mirror or measure of masculinity. Third, as is already evident, humiliation rhetoric doesn't simply reflect relations of power, it constitutes them in particular terms. It organizes them into a hierarchy of humiliator and humiliated, populates them with men, and then naturalizes them, has them parasitic or refer to a natural order of nature, which is then in its religious forms shored up by the divine creator, which has authorized all of nature. Now, when those deserving of supremacy are subjected to the dominion of the naturally weak and base, there's an unendurable corruption of the proper order of things. And this is the fourth point that refers to restoration and picks up on something Max said. A natural order, what's perceived to be the natural order of things, a natural arrangement of power, those who should be humiliators and those who should be in the position of lowly humiliated. When that order is out of joint, it cries out to be fixed. And the fourth feature is that it's a very obvious fix, at least conceptually and rhetorically. It means driving your humiliators where they belong, back into the dirt or on their knees. Fifth, it's now clear that humiliation rhetoric doesn't fit the understanding of rhetoric that scholarship usually talks about, that's inherited from Aristotle. These are not reasoned arguments aimed at persuading equal citizens joined to common ends, but neither are they irrational. This is not an opposition between rhetoric and emotion, because they are imbricated in one another in almost every rhetorical exercise. Okay, there's my side speech. Humiliation may be expressed in language, but these rhetorical operations that I've talked about so far, the first four, basically work less through formal or explicit argument than through the visceral power of address, invective, and provocation. It goads rather than persuades. And it actually has to bring into existence the audiences it addresses. So, for example, bin Laden addresses a global audience of Sunni Muslim men. There is no previously constituted global audience of Sunni Muslim men. The rhetoric is an attempt to bring into existence the audience it addresses. And Trump does the same thing, and I'm referring to both of them just as examples, since I opened with the passages. Obviously, there are examples that can be drawn from lots of other places. Trump invokes real American men that do not exist as a previously existing group, but he aims to bring it into existence by connecting experience with words. Sixth, when we think of rhetoric, we most often think of written and spoken words. But humiliation isn't just expressed verbally, it's also expressed visually, for example, in photographs, screen grabs, and videos. And like any rhetoric, it has a particular vocabulary, a specific body language that recurs over and over in many different contexts. I call this an embodied idiom, and the dominant terms of it are bodies bent over, bowing down, or on their knees. And here's where the image is. Yeah. Okay. So these postures refer to actual bodies. For example, this is the posture. Let me see if I can do this. Yes. This is the posture of the captive U.S. sailors Trump refers to in his speech. The same arrangement, I'm sorry if maybe I should do a trigger warning, I don't know. These are upsetting photos, but there could be worse. The same arrangement of male bodies was evident in the December 2023 videos out of Gaza, and in one, heavily armed IDF soldiers guard kneeling Palestinian men in Gaza stripped to their underwear, hands bound and heads bowed, in a neat row along one side of the street. It's precisely because these postures are actually so often forced on actual men in so many different contexts that they've also come to serve as the verbal metaphors for humiliation in multiple languages. In other words, this somatic vocabulary of bent over or bowed down pervades verbal expressions of humiliation and resistance to it, like, we will not bow down. This is a refrain constantly heard during the 2011 Arab uprisings. What's so interesting is that when expressed visually in, say, images or videos, the reach of humiliation becomes really clear because these images can be widely understood no matter which language you speak. Not to put too fine a point on it, but you don't need English to grasp the visual vocabulary of the ISIS videos that placed James Foley and Steve Sotloff, along with a lot of others, on their knees, heads shorn and wrists bound. And you don't need, doesn't matter, you saw it already. You don't need Hebrew or Arabic. I wanted to go back. You don't need Hebrew or Arabic to understand what's going on here. It speaks through bodies, and God knows it speaks powerfully. Okay. Finally, and we can turn this off so this doesn't have to be on the background. Finally, seventh, humiliation rhetoric posits an inevitable victory, but it's not the conventional victory that we think about, that the kind of military victory that depends on a long game or troops, tactics, and material. It's not that kind of victory. The kind of victory it is, and this is seventh point, is performative. And by that, I mean that it is achieved at the very moment one's own humiliation is banished by great deeds that publicly drive one's humiliators to their knees. Not only is it performative, when we think about temporality, it's instantaneous. It's restorative. And what it restores simultaneously are the mutually constitutive categories of collective power and virility, symbolically and in some cases, literally. Now, by way of conclusion, how am I doing for time? I'm talking really fast. This is my auctioneer, mode. By way of conclusion, I want to be clear what this doesn't do. These features are not meant to explain why humiliation rhetoric is so prevalent in so many languages and rhetorics. And these arguments do not presume that humiliation is demonstrably more pervasive than in any other previous era. Nor, finally, does the logic and import of these arguments depend on large-scale data measuring reception and uptake. What they do is go some way to decoding a conspicuous feature of contemporary politics, one that is remarkably overlooked and understudied and under-theorized by pundits, scholars, and journalists alike. Among other things, humiliation rhetoric distills politics into a naturalized hierarchy constitutes the very audiences, or aims to constitute the very audience and political purposes it depicts as already a given. It aims to bring into existence that which it presumes as a given. It packs a kind of visceral wallop that does more than persuade. It exhorts and incites, but usually to exchange the role of humiliator and humiliated, that is, to flip the hierarchy. And so in this guise, it ultimately reproduces and shores up a politics of domination that circulates well beyond the state and sometimes doesn't even emanate from it. That was going to be the last sentence I spoke. But after the earlier presentations, I want to point out that all of these figures I started with and the logic of reproducing and deepening humiliation is not inevitable, because those who have challenged humiliation, resistance movements, have deployed the same language of humiliation, not to invert the hierarchy, but to repudiate it altogether. I referred earlier to the 2011 Arab uprisings, and they're not the only example. They're often called revolutions of dignity, but if you look at the rhetoric of those challenging the state, humiliation saturated all of their rhetoric, and what they were not calling for the humiliation of their humiliators. They were calling for standing up and refusing to bow down.
Okay. Your timing was excellent. So we have now plenty of time for questions from the public.
My apologies if I talk too fast.
It was perfect.
Anything that needs to be clarified, say so.
Yes.
See, I've silenced them all.
Yes. Those images were very powerful. Yes, over here we have two questions.
Hi, I just want a very simple question in terms of analogy. Do you see an analogy between colonizer and the colonized, which had all this psychological, cultural dimension, yes, with the humiliated and the humiliator, and if so, how might one flesh that out, in the sense, what kind of a light does all that scholarship about, from Said onwards, humiliator, the colonizer and colonized, and also, we are no longer in that particular modality, as you were trying to point out at the very end of your lecture about this dialectic between the humiliator and humiliated is undergoing change, and there are more possibilities than a static vision. In the same way, colonizer and colonized, this discourse has changed from the first generation like Said, Spivak, and Baba to a next generation. In fact, we are in third or fourth generation of scholarship where there are all kind of ways in which there were alliances among the colonized, so-called colonized, who were in sympathetic relationship, coalitional relationship, in dismantling this sort of a structure of colonialist enterprise. In the same way, this so-called ethos, or what you want to call a particular habitus in which this particular humiliation is a dominant trope, how is it being undermined? You might be able to get something about in terms of the way colonizer, colonized binary has been challenged and questioned and things like that. In a way, first generation seemed to have reified it some way. Although, you have to massively, thank Said, Spivak, and Hombi Baba for telling us about the dialectic and its this thing, but it also sort of reified and unchangeable, but it is now put into question by a new generation of scholars. Yeah.
Okay, we had another question in the third row, please.
You know what, is it possible to answer each one?
Yes,
after
yes,
this? Because
yes.
I will not go keep-
Yes, because you were so good in your time, you absolutely did that.
Thank you. So it's a great question. The most obvious point, and you're pointing to it, is that colonial discourse was, among other things, it wasn't just a discourse that was an attempt to strip those of power and resources. It was also, it engaged in a number of discursive practices that were meant to drive the colonized to their knees. When you think about Fanon's understanding of sort of the architecture of poverty, when you think about all the ways he describes it, the kind of the denigration where capitalism and race work together, humiliation is a central piece of it. What's particularly interesting about since then, and I like to talk in particulars, is if you think about Egypt, the emergence of the nationalist movement in Egypt deployed all sorts of kin metaphors, and here I'm drawing on Beth Barron, that basically represented Egyptians as children unable to govern themselves, that is, represented them in the terms that mimicked those of the colonizers, the colonial discourse that the national elites had been fighting against. And if you look at, for example, Egypt, the regime is a regime of humiliation, and its tactics are a reproduction and intensification of many of the colonial tactics, both physical violence and the gendered nature of violence, and the way in which it's not just about powerlessness. If you read, and I did read about some of the really disturbing things about the sexualized violence that is continually used, sexualized terrorism, really, that the state uses against its populace, right? It's a kind of move and a transference and actually a deepening of humiliation that plays out in ways that I don't know how much even the colonial powers had that kind of imagination in their brutality. Maybe they did.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask a question as a literary scholar with a great deal of respect for the way that you brought in the figural complex of humiliation, its etymology, its philological texture, and the ways that becomes a figural logic by which we might interpret reality. So one
nicely put. I should borrow that.
One part of my question is the extent to which that methodology has a currency in your own discipline, and how you defend and negotiate that methodology, because I think it's a good and important and appropriate methodology. The other question would be, at the edges of that methodology, how you might think about the complex of, let's say, like a kind of figural complex of soil words that are doing lots of work beyond humiliation. So we can have a much more positively coded humic relationship to the soil called humility. We can be humble, right? On the other hand, we can have a fascistic relationship to the soil in the Blutenboden kind of model of things, right? So where does humiliation as a kind of attention to earthly experience, to the terrestrial and ecology of the nomos, as Dilip is asking, sort of bringing in there, fit into a larger figural complex?
Okay. Thank you for that question. The first part is that I'm a political theorist. So political science, as you know, is divided into 4 subfields, and I'm in the subfield where a close reading of language and discourse has a very central place. And arguments about the need to read and understand rather than simply talk about measurements and resonance and quantification. I don't know how you quantify humiliation. And it's not clear what would be gained if you did, but I have no idea how you would do that. So there are lots of arguments that are fairly easy to make within my subfield. There's no question that my subfield has less and less space in political science, and now you know why. We tend not to be concerned with prediction, and we tend to be very critical of some of the presumptions about what can be predicted, what is routine, and insist on a distinction between planets and protons because, planets and human beings, because human beings are self-interpreting creatures. Now, there are a lot of other political scientists who work in comparative politics and other fields that do not follow that kind of rigidity, so I don't want to dismiss them. But at least that locates me institutionally and in terms of a discipline. In terms of humility versus humiliation, so Hannah Arendt once said that it's important to distinguish conceptually and analytically between power and violence, even if they routinely appear together. So I say that because I actually think these conceptual and analytic distinctions are important to get a handle on things that are moving constantly. I don't claim that they will be fixed, but I do think that, for example, shame and humiliation, which are routinely conflated, are very different. I also think humiliation and humility, which do have a similar etymology, actually the same etymology, are different, but in really interesting overlapping ways. Humility is when you bring yourself low yourself. This isn't about unjust imposition. This is not about the imposition of power. Now, every action you can say is located in a matrix of power that, right, okay, so it's not isolated, we know that. But this is not about political power. This is not about undeserved imposition of an inability to move, to not even recognize yourself, right? Humility is a practice that one takes on for multiple reasons, and there are lots of different ways it has to be read in context. But that is a massive difference that I think is conceptually productive to hold on to, while recognizing that there are folks like, say, Sayyid Qutb, who is a pioneer in Islamist thought, deliberately played with the move across humility and humiliation. So when God humiliates you, it's proper. That's humility, because humility is the proper condition in relation to divine omniscience and omnipotence. And he played with that. Whereas when it comes to being rendered powerless by other men, that's humiliation. So he deliberately played with it in thinking through sovereignty. I hope that gets us some of that.
Other questions from the audience? Yes. Two more questions. Please wait a second, because the translator needs to, the interpreter needs to.
Sorry. So I'm one of those comparative political scientists. So, and while I'm not a particularly quantitatively oriented one, I am a sort of concrete-minded one. So you said it a couple of times throughout your talk that you did not want to conflate humiliation with powerlessness, that they were not exactly the same thing. And so when I was kind of listening to you, I was trying to think, okay, in my sort of, empirical, comparative politics-minded way, it seems to me that a necessary condition for humiliation is not just differences in power, but the exertion of arbitrary power, right? So when we are subject to the power of someone who we elect or choose, that's not a humiliating kind of situation, right? So it's the arbitrary power that creates the possibility for humiliation. It's necessary perhaps, but not sufficient. So I was trying to think then, so what does the use of humiliation, how does it help me to better understand politics, even in the context that you've pointed out, like, the ones that, in the Middle East, the part of the world that you know very well. It seemed to me that despite what you were saying at the beginning, that the added value was emotive, right? Which is that, one could be subject to arbitrary power and not feel humiliated for whatever reason, because, you have a certain self-conception or whatever, I don't know. But that what humiliation was is the emotional response to that exertion of arbitrary power. And I thought maybe you would go in a direction by explaining to us how that emotional response to that exercise of arbitrary power creates a certain type of politics. But you didn't quite go there. You gestured in that direction, but you didn't go there. So for a non-political theorist, I guess what I'm asking you is, what is this term? And I enjoyed your talk very much. It made me think, and I very much like the difference, the way you differentiate between humiliation and shame and these other kinds of things. That was very intellectually stimulating. But as far as understanding politics, right, what am I getting out of humiliation that I don't get out of situations where the colonial or authoritarian or some other kind of situation where people are subject to the arbitrary exertion of power, to domination, right? What am I getting out of humiliation that helps me understand those political situations better? It doesn't have to be predictive, just to help me understand what it's giving me. And I thought you were going, again, to say it creates a politics of emotion on top of a politics of power resentment, but you didn't quite go there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. So power operates through language. And I'm gonna make a little trouble here, because every one of your points uses a language that doesn't quite get what I'm saying. I'm sorry. So the first thing is, my point isn't that I'm insisting that I don't want to conflate power and humiliation. What I'm arguing is that humiliation rhetoric works to convert powerlessness into impotence. It works to convert the relation of power and powerlessness into virility and its metaphors. And there are lots of people in feminism and IR that talk about the masculinization of sovereignty. There are a lot of different ways that plays out. So I'm talking about the way it converts meaning, that makes things intelligible to us about what is at stake. The second point you said that it's the arbitrary power that creates the conditions, necessary but not sufficient conditions of humiliation. It's not arbitrary power that I'm talking about. I'm talking about what humiliation discourse constitutes as undeserved power. Undeserved power is different than arbitrary power. And they occupy different universes of explication. Okay? So it's not about arbitrary power, it's about trying to understand from within the framework of those who deploy humiliation discourse, right? And those who might be, with whom it might resonate, and those who are brought into existence by it, right? That this is about those who should be in the dirt, those who are inferior, those who may momentarily have power but are really created inherently and intrinsically weak and base, seizing power they don't deserve, and that becomes a goad to make sure that you restore the supremacy that nature and God dictate. So that undeserved is very different than arbitrary. Lastly, the notion of added value is not a language that I think corresponds to what I'm doing. And saying that the added value is reinterpreting it in terms of emotion also doesn't quite get it. Yes, it's about affective attachments. It's about establishing meanings and then mobilizing them. So it's not just about how people who hear humiliation respond emotionally and maybe irrationally, but maybe we don't want to use that language, but that's kind of what we're talking about, right? The opposition between reason and emotion that undergirds a lot of arguments that about the added value of emotion always sort of presumes that there's this other thing in the background, whether it's democracy or it's certain kinds of scholarship or it's certain kinds of rhetoric that address equal citizens. That's reasoned rhetoric, whereas other kinds of rhetoric draws on emotion. The fact is that all rhetoric draws on emotion, and there's reason to it, but reason actually is not a very helpful term. It's one of those terms that means so many things you can't even pin it down. So the added value is not emotic, and I wouldn't use added value. I would say that it's documenting in a very close reading of actual key moments in which humiliation pervades the language. So I examined very specific discourses, right, which I didn't talk about. And it's talking about how it's not just about, activating emotion. It's about constituting the very categories of humiliation, of humiliator and humiliated. That is, it's about drawing the boundaries about who should have power and who shouldn't have power. And it creates those distinctions in language, and it's precisely because it doesn't do it explicitly, which a lot of rhetoric does not. It doesn't do it explicitly that it acquires a lot of mobilizing power. And that mobilizing power so I want to read the logic of it to see how it works, and how it works isn't just to mobilize emotion, but it's to create the terms and the meanings that make that emotional response the logical one.
Perhaps there is still time for one final question from Massimiliano, if you want to. Okay, just wait for yes, please. We need it for the interpreter.
It's true.
In your audience, I think you should ask the other person also.
You can go first.
Can we connect this? Yes. We will. Okay.
Hello, thank you very much. When you were talking about the symbolic language of humiliation, mostly the body, like the embodied rhetoric of humiliation, you chose examples with interstate actors. Let's say the IDF with Hamas, or ISIS with US citizens. Those are examples with, let's say, foreign actors. But when you were talking about this embodiment of humiliation, I couldn't help but thinking of Nayib Bukele and the prisons that he has for what he calls enemies of our country or the state. How does exerting that humiliation towards a citizen, I think it's different from exerting that humiliation towards a foreigner. What does that difference tell us about that humiliation rhetoric when it's actually being exerted from a state towards its own citizens? Thank you very much.
So thank you for that question. So I chose interstate actors in part because I was tracking and trying to build on the two passages from Bin Laden and Trump, who both do that in that particular example. Again, I like talking specifically about things that I have actually studied in greater depth because I respect the specificity of these kind of political contexts. So if I again turn as an example to Egypt, there's a dimension of national humiliation, that it's about the relationship between, say, Mubarak and citizens. And citizens felt that Mubarak humiliated them, but also was himself humiliated abroad. And by being humiliated, for example, he showed up at the beck and call of the Saudi king because he was constantly in debt to or wanting additional loans from the Saudi king. And so there were all these kinds of incidents where, and I read a lot of social media posts and all kinds of things that indicated that people thought he humiliated Egypt by engaging as the representative of that country. So there's dimensions of international humiliation that take different forms. And there are dimensions of domestic humiliation, that take different forms, and they work in tandem in some sense, and they require analysis that way. But I didn't choose the international examples because there aren't equally powerful domestic ones. In fact, in a lot of cases, the domestic ones have been so censored and erased. So in the case of Egypt, nothing is available. And a lot of the tweets on social media that I sort of scraped for my research doesn't exist anymore. The availability of actual images and evidence of what the regime has done to its citizens is not going to be available in many photographs. At that one moment, that one unusual moment in those few months in 2011, we got a lot of images. And some of them were absolutely brutal. I could show them too.
Okay, with that grim note, we pass to the next presentation by Reinaldo Ortega. Yes. Okay, let me briefly introduce Professor Reinaldo Ortega. He's, of course, a local professor at the Centro de Estudios Internacionales here since 1998. His work centers on comparative politics, studies on transitions to democracy, presidential elections, party identity, and Mexico-US relation. He is the co-leader together with Fernanda Somuano of a research group that has developed the qualitative study for the Índice de Desarrollo Democrático, Democratic Development Index in Mexico. And as well, he has coordinated with Ana Covarrubias the Antología de Estudios de Política y Relaciones Internacionales for our journal Foro Internacional. Okay, the floor is yours, Reinaldo.
Muchas gracias, Luisi. Bueno, en primer lugar, quiero agradecer al Centro de Estudios Internacionales, a su directora Fernanda Somuano y en particular a Humberto Beck, quien me hizo esta invitación un poco abrupta, pero para participar en esta serie de conferencias que están siendo sin duda muy fructíferas y que creo que dan mucha luz sobre diversos aspectos que están ocurriendo en el mundo. Yo voy a tratar de, contrario a mi experiencia, voy a tratar de sintetizar una ponencia que estaba pensada para más tiempo, pero que lo vamos a hacer más rápido. Y para eso voy a tratar de no leer mi texto, algo que me cuesta mucho trabajo. Aquí, esta sala se llama Alfonso Reyes, y Alfonso Reyes siempre se le criticó porque lo que hacía era leer la ponencia, porque decía, si es una ponencia, se lee. En este caso no voy a seguir su consejo porque entonces no terminaríamos a tiempo. Entonces, les voy a explicar un poco cuál es la estructura que tengo para esta charla, y son 6 puntos básicamente los que voy a tratar. El primero trata de 2 proyectos dentro de la filosofía política, en particular lo que se considera el racionalismo crítico y la teoría crítica, como 2 proyectos alternativos de políticas. Y esto me va a dar lugar a hablar, aunque sea muy brevemente, porque aquí ya se habló bastante, creo, de eso, sobre las caras del poder, o lo que Lux llamó las caras del poder, o distintas visiones sobre el poder, que como están aquí la mayoría de mis estudiantes, no voy a insistir en demasía, porque además acaban de tener un examen al respecto. El tercer punto que voy a analizar es de dónde vienen los derechos, o de dónde vienen las poliarquías y los regímenes democráticos, o así llamados democráticos. El cuarto punto que quiero tratar es cuál es el estado mundial qué ambicioso, ¿verdad? Mundial de las poliarquías y de los regímenes autoritarios, y para eso, bueno, voy a utilizar una serie de índices que están ya desarrollados, no tuve yo que desarrollarlos, y les voy a mostrar unos mapas que muestran como la evolución de esto que llamamos poliarquías, bueno, que se llaman democracias erróneamente, pero bueno, les vamos a llamar poliarquías a lo largo de 2 siglos. Y el quinto punto es, ya voy a ir más a fondo en el proyecto que tengo, que es un proyecto de más largo plazo, que trata de hacer una historia paralela de los procesos de democratización en Estados Unidos y México. Luego me podrán criticar sobre la selección de los casos desde un punto de vista científico, pero tengo en mi defensa que mi profesor Charles Tilly hace muchos años me dijo, bueno, se pueden hacer comparaciones individualizantes, que lo que buscamos en realidad no es que sean más similares o más distintos, sino que conocer o entender en profundidad el proceso político de cada una de estas entidades políticas. La cuestión, y esto es donde yo voy a tratar de ir más allá de mis profesores, es en que cómo se configuraron estos 2 entidades políticas al ser vecinos y haber tenido muchos conflictos, continuos conflictos, seguir teniendo muchos conflictos. Creo que en esa parte hay parte de la explicación de los procesos. Y yendo un poco más allá, en términos metodológicos, el contexto internacional, es decir, todo el sistema que se ha construido de estados en el mundo, en estos 2 siglos, también ha configurado lo que tenemos y los procesos políticos en estos 2 países, que obviamente son muy distintos en términos de sus capacidades materiales y la capacidad que tienen para justamente también influir sobre esa estructura internacional. Entonces, ese es el mapa, y vamos a ver cómo lo hacemos. En términos de los proyectos de teoría política que me gustaría contrastar, por una parte estaría lo que Karl Popper llamó la sociedad abierta y sus enemigos. Popper nos presenta todo un programa de defensa del liberalismo basado en un ideal de comunidad científica abierta, que avanza gradualmente con políticas sociales a partir de su concepción del análisis científico y de la importancia del proceso de refutación. Popper afirmaba que las políticas públicas deben ser programas de cambio gradual para corregir los errores cometidos en la práctica. Es un proyecto muy amplio. A ver si podemos poner acá. Ajá. Ahí hay 6 elementos que contrastan el racionalismo crítico con la teoría crítica. Y solamente me voy a centrar en 2 de esos elementos. Uno tiene que ver con el tipo de sociedades que plantean como proyecto. Para el racionalismo crítico, la sociedad y la aproximación al mundo real que tenemos es lo que llamaríamos una poliarquía liberal. En cambio, para la teoría crítica, se quiere ir más allá. ¿Se quiere ir más allá en qué sentido? En un sentido de reducir al máximo, incluso hasta desaparecer, las relaciones de poder entre los actores. Y para actores tenemos por los ciudadanos. Es decir, en un mundo realmente democrático, no tendríamos por qué tener estas jerarquías o estas relaciones de poder, porque todos tendríamos la misma capacidad de influir sobre las decisiones generales y obligatorias. En ese sentido, y ahí retomando un punto del profesor Maximiliano, esta idea de que hay un Estado y hay una sociedad. Hay un Estado que se construye, pero este Estado no está en el vacío y en buena medida la idea es cómo hemos construido a lo largo de los siglos una relación y cómo se han construido formas de gobierno de esos estados, ¿no? Eso es un poco desde una visión más histórica, ¿no? Voy a pasar muy rápido aquí. En términos de visiones del poder, ¿y por qué traigo a colación eso de las visiones del poder? Porque buena parte de este racionalismo crítico, en términos de la ciencia política, ayudó a desarrollar las escuelas dominantes, sobre todo en Estados Unidos y en Europa, sobre ciencia política, en términos de qué es lo que teníamos que estudiar y cómo teníamos que estudiar las relaciones de poder, ¿no? Y hay, bueno, una genealogía que no voy a hacer aquí, que van desde los estudios de Robert Dahl hasta los estudios de Jaworski o Ian Shapiro, gente que ha trabajado sobre cómo dentro de una comunidad política, en particular, porque pues, era la comunidad política que tenía más cercana a Dahl, en Estados Unidos, cómo se construyeron y se fue transformando las relaciones de poder de su comunidad. Que era New Haven, ¿no? No voy a entrar aquí en el detalle, pero básicamente él va a decirnos, había originalmente, con los padres fundadores en el siglo finales del XVIII, había una sociedad básicamente oligárquica, que concentraba todos los ámbitos del poder, el social, el religioso, el económico, etcétera, etcétera. Y entonces había esa concentración que va a irse transformando. Eso no significa, obviamente, como lo sabemos, que desaparecen las desigualdades, para nada, las desigualdades permanecen, hay enormes desigualdades en el momento en el que él va a estudiar su comunidad, pero hay diversos ámbitos en los cuales diversos actores ejercen, los grupos intermedios del profesor Maximiliano, ejercen el poder, ¿no? Y entonces tenemos pues el ámbito de los partidos, el ámbito de los empresarios, el ámbito de las escuelas públicas, el ámbito de las universidades. Hay múltiples ámbitos y ese pluralismo, que en buena medida es la definición contemporánea de democracia, que es múltiples, hay un pluralismo en distintos ámbitos de la vida social y eso permite la existencia de un régimen poliárquico, no democrático. Porque en ese punto yo creo que a diferencia de otros autores, quizá incluyendo algunos de sus críticos, Dahl era muy consciente de que esto no, de lo que existía en Estados Unidos y lo que se desarrolló en distintas polis del mundo no eran democracias, eran regímenes poliárquicos, donde podíamos tener distintas estructuras de poder y estas estructuras de poder podían limitar los abusos y las humillaciones y podíamos tener ámbitos mayores de libertad. Lo mismo que Tocqueville cuando llega a Estados Unidos, y lo que le sorprende es ese dinamismo social, esa capacidad que se tiene de que haya distintos órganos. A él le sorprendió mucho, por ejemplo, el Senado, como un lugar donde aquí están los verdaderos ideólogos de este país y donde podemos encontrar los debates más intensos. Pero bueno, Tocqueville era al fin y al cabo un aristócrata y él estaba muy preocupado porque no pasara lo que había pasado en Francia, el terror, es decir, la destrucción de todo un grupo social en aras de la libertad. Libertad, ¿cuántos crímenes se cometen en su nombre? Dijeron cuando le iban a cortar la cabeza a Madame de Staël. Entonces, hay esta situación. Pero a pesar de eso, a pesar de los límites de las poliarquías para realmente generar democracias, yo soy un convencido de que sin una poliarquía no es posible tener o aspirar a un régimen democrático. Es decir, las poliarquías en ese sentido son valiosas y permiten que los grados de libertad de los ciudadanos sean mayores que en los regímenes autoritarios. Y es por eso que en diversos países, aquí, se ha luchado de manera muy fuerte por construir un régimen más democrático o poliárquico. Entonces, como diría Tilly, los derechos vienen básicamente de las luchas y de los esfuerzos de millones de personas que han trabajado por construir regímenes en donde estas relaciones sean más igualitarias. Para Tilly es claro que las instituciones democráticas no son el simple resultado de la ingeniería constitucional o la graciosa concesión de las élites, sino consecuencia de diversas luchas y conflictos históricos, generalmente no resueltos. Así pues, los derechos de ciudadanía surgieron de la negociación entre las autoridades estatales y miembros organizados de la población a lo largo de los siglos. Negociaciones primero sobre los medios necesarios para la guerra, es decir, los monarcas pedían recursos, y luego sobre cuestiones que servían a sus intereses más allá de la guerra. Estas negociaciones, y esa es la parte más interesante, fueron ampliando las obligaciones de los estados y de los monarcas hacia los ciudadanos. Y eso es lo que lleva a generar procesos poliárquicos y más democráticos. Ahora eso. ¿En dónde voy? Sí. Bueno, ahora bien, en esa situación de la construcción de regímenes poliárquicos, tenemos, o democráticos si se quiere, hay claramente procesos de avance hacia esos sistemas y retrocesos. ¿En qué consisten esos retrocesos? Básicamente la formación de redes de confianza interpersonal en la política pública o el aislamiento de desigualdades categóricas, es decir, ¿por qué entendemos por desigualdades categóricas? Bueno, las mujeres no pueden participar, es una desigualdad categórica. Una vez que participan, esta comunidad se acerca más a un ideal democrático. Los afroamericanos no pueden participar. En la medida en que se construyen barreras a la participación de esos actores, se destruye un régimen democrático. Entonces, la reversión de los procesos, es decir, y eso es parte de lo que quiero plantear en términos de las historias de México y de Estados Unidos, estas historias nunca han sido lineales. Ha habido momentos en donde derechos adquiridos, sobre todo a partir de conflictos armados, se han ido restringiendo. En el caso estadounidense es muy claro. O sea, la guerra civil va a significar un avance de ciertos derechos que después, con la reconstrucción de los años 70 a la mitad del siglo XX, se va a ver una serie de leyes, de Jim Crow Laws, que lo que hacen es restringir esos derechos y destruir los avances que se habían logrado. Bueno, a ver. Las condiciones para una poliarquía, bueno, ya las conocen, ¿no?, la mayor parte de la audiencia, pero por lo menos hay 7 claras, ¿no? Una, que hay elecciones, o sea, los funcionarios que van a tomar las decisiones obligatorias para todos son electos por la población, las elecciones deben ser libres y equitativas, y en eso, bueno, en México nos hemos llevado pues podríamos decir medio siglo, por lo menos de construir un régimen un poco más libre y equitativo. El sufragio debe ser incluyente, y eso, bueno, incluye a todos los ciudadanos, a todos los adultos, dirían los jóvenes o los niños, ¿y por qué 18 años y no 16, etcétera? Bueno, el derecho a ser votado, es decir, todo el mundo puede ser votado, la libertad de expresión, las fuentes de información deben ser alternativas. Este es un punto muy importante porque en este momento estamos viendo en el mundo un cambio muy negativo en ese aspecto, y la libertad de asociación, eso es fundamental. Ahora, es fundamental que estos puntos o estas características sean reales y no simplemente nominales. Es decir, esto existía en México, en la República, desde principios del siglo XX, y pues realmente lo seguimos construyendo. Ahora, este es el mundo en 1824. En 1824 realmente poliarquías no había. Los estadounidenses y los ingleses un poco tenían algún tipo de representación, pero pues en Estados Unidos los afroamericanos estaban totalmente excluidos, las mujeres estaban totalmente excluidas de la vida política. Entonces realmente lo que teníamos eran algunos estados que tenían algún tipo de derechos para ciertos grupos privilegiados, sean estas aristocracias o blancos terratenientes o gente que había tenido alguna capacidad. Básicamente, bueno, la guerra, sin duda, es uno de los elementos que ha significado una democratización más importante. ¿Por qué? Pues porque básicamente en Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, pues la guerra de independencia, la gente estaba armada y pues obviamente algo tenían que darle a la gente que había dado su vida, ¿no? Y pues por lo menos el derecho al voto, como uno de los elementos fundamentales, ¿no? Bueno, pero excluíamos a una parte muy importante. Para el 1824 también lo tomo como un año importante para nosotros porque es la primera vez que nosotros tenemos una república en México. Después de la guerra de independencia que había sido devastadora, y que para nosotros pues significó un cambio muy importante. Vamos a pasar casi 100 años después para la 1917, y en 1917 este mapa que, bueno, conforme van viendo más azules, en principio son más poliárquicos, ¿no? Entonces, Noruega, Australia, tendríamos a sistemas un poco más poliárquicos en términos de la... Y vamos a ir más rápido. Hoy, entre 2000 y 2024, el mundo hoy cuenta con 88 poliarquías, ahí puse democracias, pero bueno, y 91 autocracias, lo que supone un cambio radical con respecto al año pasado. Esto lo tomé del reporte del proyecto Variedades de Democracia, que hacen un gran esfuerzo, porque no es... Le preguntan sobre todo a especialistas sobre cada uno de los países en dónde están, ¿no? Y a partir de ahí creamos un índice y esos índices pues crean estos mapas. Una cuestión que es muy interesante es esto de ver cómo los regímenes poliárquicos pueden ser destruidos. Esto lo sabemos, bueno, desde hace muchos años, pero digamos que es algo que no se insistía con tanta fuerza y que pues hemos visto cómo en estos 20 años, del 2000 al 2024, lo que pensaban que se había avanzado en términos de más poliarquías, pues ha habido procesos de retroceso, y eso en los mapas estos se puede ver claramente. Mientras que en el 2000, por ejemplo, Rusia tenía algún tipo de procesos electorales que podían llegar eventualmente a ser una poliarquía. Bueno, vamos a tener como hay cambios muy importantes. De los cambios más importantes en términos poblacionales, obviamente está el caso de la India, que era una poliarquía fundamental, donde la más grande de todo el planeta, y pues hemos visto en los últimos 24 años pues un deterioro en las condiciones de las 7 condiciones que hablamos sobre poliarquías. Este es el mundo hoy. Como pueden ver, hay más rojo, y eso implica pues un deterioro en las condiciones para un mundo más poliárquico. Ahora, esto es ya el punto 5, que tiene que ver con mi visión sobre los procesos de democratización en México y en Estados Unidos. Como podemos ver, a ver, creo que este es un apuntador, sí. No sirve para apuntar. Bueno, lo que quiero que visualicemos en este esquema, en el eje de las X tenemos lo que sería el proceso de democratización, y en el eje de las Y tenemos lo que sería las capacidades estatales, es decir, qué tantas capacidades estatales tienen los países, ¿no? Y una cosa que a mí me interesa en particular es esto de los vaivenes. Ay, ya me estoy llevando el micrófono, perdón. De los vaivenes. México tuvo entre 1824 y 1867, que es la restauración de la República, muchos gobiernos. Y fue construyendo de manera muy violenta, con muchas guerras entre liberales y conservadores, un Estado que además tuvo que hacer frente a múltiples invasiones. Pues la más importante para nosotros pues, fue la guerra con Estados Unidos, que implicó pues, la pérdida de más de la mitad del territorio, y eso significó para la élite política nacional un sacudimiento muy importante. Un sacudimiento muy importante. Y que, pero no va a parar ahí, porque después vamos a seguir nosotros combatiendo entre conservadores y liberales hasta que finalmente los liberales van a triunfar de manera violenta y van a tratar de construir un Estado, pero bueno, vendrá la intervención francesa y hasta 1867, con la restauración de la República, vamos a poder tener un sistema en donde pues, el Congreso funciona, el Ejecutivo tiene capacidad de respuesta, y después vamos a tener un periodo que es la destrucción de la República por parte por parte del Porfiriato, en términos no nominales, pero en términos reales. Es decir, Porfirio Díaz va a construir una mecánica electoral a partir de la cual se va a ir construyendo, eso sí, en términos de capacidades estatales se mejora muchísimo. El porfiriato al principio, digamos que llevó a una estabilidad que no habíamos tenido. Después vamos a tener, y esta es una parte que me interesa también destacar, creo que sí tengo 10 minutos. Ok. Es una parte que me interesa destacar. Vamos a tener, el fin del porfiriato va a ser a partir de una revolución, de un movimiento revolucionario que es la Revolución Maderista, y entre 1911 y 1912 yo creo que nos acercamos muchísimo a lo que sería una poliarquía con instituciones pues viejas, que eran las instituciones del porfiriato. Madero va a hacer un esfuerzo muy grande por, con esas instituciones, llevar adelante un proyecto de transformación democrática, pero no va a durar mucho, en parte es fundamental, pues por la conspiración que se va a hacer en la Embajada de Estados Unidos para destruir al gobierno maderista. Tiene que ver más con las fuerzas internas, pero no cabe duda que la falta, el mismatch, diríamos en inglés, o la de sincronía entre los cambios en Estados Unidos con Woodrow Wilson y los cambios en México. Woodrow Wilson va a tomar el poder muy tarde y aquí Henry Lane Windsor, que era el embajador, detestaba a Madero. Entonces, pues les prestó a la embajada para organizar un golpe en contra de Madero y destruir nuestra naciente democracia. Y todos nos vamos a pasar otros 6 años, bueno, más, pero bueno, vamos hasta el 17, que va a haber una nueva constitución, no hay mucho tiempo para eso. Y luego, en términos de capacidades estatales, vamos a ir van a ir aumentando de manera significativa en México. En Estados Unidos también tenemos estos procesos de democratización y de desdemocratización. ¿En qué sentido? Entre 1787 y 1865, con la guerra civil, va a haber, o podemos argumentar que después de la guerra civil hay un proceso de democratización importante, pero que va a ser destruido de manera sistemática por los estados sureños y eventualmente también aceptado por el norte, que eso es, en un extraordinario libro de mi profesora Era Kasnelson sobre Fear Itself, él habla, por ejemplo, cómo el nuevo trato se basó sobre todo pues, en una parte fundamental de diputados sureños pues, que vendieron, vendieron su apoyo al nuevo trato, manteniendo pues, buena parte de una situación insostenible que tiene que ver con la exclusión de los afroamericanos en Estados Unidos. Vamos a tener, no hay tanto tiempo, pero vamos a tener procesos de democratización después en los años 50 y 70 en 60 en Estados Unidos con el movimiento de derechos civiles, que finalmente van a hacer realidad un sistema en el cual pues, la población no es excluida de los derechos más elementales. Y entonces, pues yo diría que una poliarquía norteamericana realmente se establece pues, después del 70. 5 minutos, perfecto. Este es el... siguiendo el índice de variedades de democracia, esta es un poco la evolución de 3 países, México, Estados Unidos y España. ¿Por qué puse España ahí? Tiene que ver con la cuestión del Estado. No tanto con la forma rápida o vertiginosa que caracterizan los especialistas del proceso de cambio español. Tengo un libro sobre eso, pero bueno, no vamos a entrar en eso. Pero a mí sí me interesa enfatizar que los proyectos de democratización y de construcción de poliarquías deben de incluir fundamentalmente una mejora, y esto va en contra de buena parte de la ciencia política, una mejora de las condiciones de vida de las personas. Básicamente la construcción hoy en el siglo XXI de estados de bienestar. Sin eso, podemos seguir hablando de los derechos civiles, podemos seguir hablando, pero sí es necesario que exista lo que otros hablan como la decomodificación de una serie de cuestiones, la salud, la educación, etc. Y eso es algo que el modelo que tenemos de poliarquías no acaba de aceptar del todo, se resiste, y eso es algo que yo creo que está mal. Sin esa construcción de condiciones mínimas de vida para la población, la democracia no tiene mucho sentido. Y esto me lleva a mi último, la última filmina, que es, hay 4 elementos en los cuales yo creo que hay retos para México y Estados Unidos de los 7 elementos que tomó Dahl. Uno, en términos de las elecciones libres y equitativas. En México estamos viviendo un momento complejo porque el nuevo partido mayoritario está a punto de aprobar una nueva ley electoral. Una nueva ley electoral que lo que va a significar es un sistema pues, más parecido al estadounidense en términos de mayoría relativa. Se quiere limitar lo más posible la representación proporcional y yo creo que ese fue uno de los grandes aciertos que tuvo el proceso de transición democrática en México. ¿Por qué? Porque las fórmulas electorales, bueno, eso es algo que daría una clase, pero no. Las fórmulas electorales son muy importantes porque transforman los votos en escaños. Y con los sistemas mayoritarios y el sistema de partidos que nosotros tenemos, eso significará un fortalecimiento muy artificial de las mayorías legislativas. La cuestión del sufragio incluyente, yo creo que también hay un tema, la libertad de expresión en Estados Unidos y en México, hay toda los ejecutivos se han dedicado en los 2 países a minar la capacidad y la crítica. Todo el tiempo lo ven como conspiraciones, y la cuestión de las fuentes de información alternativas. Ahora, a causa de qué tenemos este problema, la cuestión del creciente poder de los ejecutivos, sociedades ideológicas y políticamente muy polarizadas, y bueno, yo ya hablé de las reformas, lo que está en términos de las reformas electorales. Y ahora bien, un último punto. Yo creo que, ahora después de haber dicho todo esto, es fundamental recordar que los derechos y los regímenes poliárquicos se crean a partir de la lucha y el conflicto. Y en ese sentido es fundamental que los ciudadanos y los grupos organizados, la política es de grupos más que de individuos, y los grupos organizados sean capaces de presentar alternativas y desarrollos, los partidos, los sindicatos, todas las organizaciones civiles. Y en eso, sin duda, estoy de acuerdo con el profesor Maximiliano y con Tocqueville, los grupos intermedios que resisten son fundamentales. Hoy en Estados Unidos tenemos el cierre del gobierno y creo que están, en este caso, la minoría demócrata resistiendo y tratando de mostrar alguna capacidad. No está muy claro que vaya a pasar como pasó antes, que se les dé el beneficio y que en las elecciones intermedias realmente los mecanismos de control funcionen. A mí no me queda tan claro eso. Por varias razones, pero bueno, no vamos a entrar en eso. Y aquí tampoco. Aquí también está muy claro que el proyecto ha tenido una capacidad, y sobre todo una capacidad de mostrar las ventajas de un ejecutivo que trata de funcionar. Quizá los límites más fuertes en el caso mexicano están viniendo del exterior y tienen que ver con toda la cuestión de la seguridad y la crisis humanitaria que vivimos en el país, que bueno, está causada por un mercado que bueno, no vamos a entrar en ese tema, pero creo que esa parte es fundamental analizarla. Y en ese sentido, la interacción entre el régimen político y el Estado es fundamental. Y bueno, y ahí le dejo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Reinaldo. Y ahora estamos listos para recibir sus preguntas, en inglés o en español. Sí, por favor, allá atrás.
Sí, buenas tardes. Emilio Alfaro, de la Maestría en Ciencia Política. Tengo dos preguntas. Quisiera saber justamente de la reforma electoral. Actualmente se están llevando a cabo foros hasta el mes de diciembre para discutirse estos cambios que tendrá el sistema electoral mexicano. Quisiera saber qué elementos destacaría que deben de cuidarse para poder fortalecer nuestra muy frágil democracia mexicana. Y más allá de la eliminación de los plurinominales, que es un debate que se ha suscitado, y por otro lado, quisiera saber el por qué seguir defendiendo la democracia. Cada vez más hemos visto el avance de este discurso de derecha extremista, y sobre todo estos discursos son muy llamativos para los jóvenes. Justamente porque es en los jóvenes donde muchas veces en los regímenes democráticos pues no encuentran oportunidades para su subsistencia. ¿Qué le diría a esos jóvenes? ¿Por qué seguir defendiendo la democracia? ¿Y por qué no adoptar estos discursos extremistas? Gracias.
Ok, sí, Joy, adelante.
Hola, buenas tardes ya. Excelente presentación, profesor Ortega. Tengo una pregunta. Entonces, México y Estados Unidos en 2025, ¿sí son o ya no son poliarquías? ¿Sí son o no son democracias? Parece que en los 7 indicadores más importantes de DAL, en muchos casos ya no son ni poliarquías ni democracias. Y esto refiere a la excelente pregunta del compañero, que tal vez México no debería ser una democracia. Como decían los priistas hace 30 años, México no está listo para la democracia. Pero tal vez estos narrativas o retórica tengan razón, Pero la primera pregunta primero. Gracias.
Oye, la profesora.
Sí. Gracias. No, es que me llamó la atención en tu gráfica esta de de las flechitas. Afirmas en la gráfica que somos de alguna manera más democráticos en el 24 que en el 12. ¿Entiendo bien eso? Ok. Entonces, bueno, digo, habrá gente que esté de acuerdo contigo, habrá gente que no, pero sí me gustaría saber qué tomaste en cuenta, o sea, qué elementos para decir que somos ahora más democráticos que en el 12. Gracias.
Ok. A ver, voy a empezar por la provocación de la profesora Langston. En realidad no fueron los priistas, fue Porfirio Díaz quien dijo a Krill, México ya está listo para la democracia. Y a partir de esa entrevista entre Díaz y Krill, el periodista estadounidense, Madero dijo, pues órale, ya estamos listos para la democracia, toca ir a elecciones y usted nos va a permitir, como un dictador benévolo, que tengamos elecciones libres y competitivas. Obviamente, como sabemos la historia, es que pues al final meten a la cárcel a Madero y él tiene que lanzar el Plan San Luis y bueno, viene una revolución social que va más allá de lo que pensaba Madero que se podía hacer. Entonces, no, es algo que los puristas retomaron de Díaz. Ahora bien, yo considero, y para ser franco, que hoy en día Estados Unidos y México todavía son poliarquías. Como bien dice, democracias en este momento no existen. Ni en Suecia, ni en Finlandia, ni en Noruega, digamos que serían países en donde en este momento no existen. No nos hagamos, no pensemos que, por eso mis grafiquitas no acaba en democracia, acaba en poliarquías. Es lo que hay en este momento. Ese es el mundo real. Y podemos ver por muchas razones. Ahora bien, dicho lo anterior, sin duda, yo considero que es mejor para los ciudadanos que existan poliarquías a que no existan poliarquías. En ese sentido, a diferencia de, por ejemplo, Xi Jinping, que diría, no, bueno, pues lo que es importante es que la gente viva bien y que a pesar de que yo no los deje, si protestan demasiado, pues ahí están los tanques y si los artistas se quejan demasiado, pues ahí están las cárceles. No, o sea, yo creo que sí es mejor para los ciudadanos y sobre todo, eso lo dijo hace mucho tiempo Bobbio, es mejor para los opositores que existan regímenes poliárquicos que regímenes autoritarios o dictaduras. Eso yo soy un ferviente creyente de que es mejor un sistema poliárquico que los autoritarismos, e incluso si estos autoritarismos son muy eficaces, como han mostrado ser el régimen chino. O sea, si alguien ha sacado de la pobreza a personas, sin duda ha sido la Revolución China, con muchísimo sufrimiento humano. Eso también hay que decirlo. A mí yo creo que eso, entonces, pero para mí no hay duda, o sea, yo sin duda, y no hay duda, y yo creo que es muy importante el mensaje, como dijo, preguntaba Emilio, para los jóvenes, es fundamental, y ningún régimen poliárquico se logra sin muchos esfuerzos, sin una lucha constante, sin una crítica constante, sin muchas vidas. Porque estamos hablando de gente que ha dado, o sea, yo me acuerdo cuando yo hice mi tesis sobre España y México, entrevisté a muchos comunistas en España, que pasaron su vida en la cárcel, y pasaron muchos años, y que sus familias fueron quienes realmente resistieron durante todo el franquismo, y que no fueron los que después llegaron a ser grandes políticos, y no. Pues mantuvieron un nivel de vida muy de acuerdo con sus ideales. Y esas personas, obviamente, y eso me lleva al punto de el extremismo. ¿Qué es el extremismo en el franquismo de los años 40? Pues el extremismo era ser comunista o socialista. Y les iba mucho peor en la cárcel a los comunistas que a los socialistas. En la cárcel, o sea, y en ese hay parte de las historias de vida de cómo se cuentan la experiencia de la clandestinidad y la resistencia, y en parte por cómo es que se transforman esas luchas. Pero bueno, a pesar de eso, los comunistas, cuando se da el proceso de transición, aceptan que ciertas visiones maximalistas no se podían en un sistema capitalista como el que se iba a establecer en España. Y aceptan muchos costos. En términos de los logros de ese Estado, y en buena medida los políticos socialistas van a tener la ventaja. En parte porque son más jóvenes, porque han estado en España, porque conocen la situación, y tienen la capacidad de articular un apoyo en los sindicatos, etc. Entonces, en términos del discurso, yo creo que lo que sí es fundamental, muchas veces en los extremismos es como en el arte. En el arte se muestra... generalmente el arte muestra las fronteras de lo que uno considera posible. Y y eso, bueno, también, si uno no lucha una y otra vez por lo que parece imposible, nunca se logra lo posible. Eso también es cierto. Y en ese sentido, a los jóvenes, pues les toca avanzar en ese sentido. Les toca avanzar sobre lo que otros han construido, y evitar que se destruya lo que se ha construido, ser más críticos. Una de las cuestiones fundamentales es, y que ha costado mucho, y tiene que ver con la situación actual, hay cosas que uno no acaba de entender. La gente que hoy está proponiendo la reforma electoral, pues es la gente que se benefició de los plurinominales. O sea, Pablo Gómez, que es quien que llegó a tener una voz cuando no había voces críticas, pues fue gracias a que existía esa representación proporcional. Entonces, destruirla ahora, pues sí es muy decepcionante para la mayoría, para mucha gente, o mucha gente que consideramos que es fundamental que exista una representación. La explicación o lo que se ha dicho al respecto, o la justificación, y yo creo que con eso sí, y lo uno con la profesora Sumano. ¿En qué medida estoy sesgado con mi punto del 2024 frente al 2012? En el sentido de que hoy hay una mayoría parlamentaria, hay una mayoría parlamentaria que ha ido construyendo condiciones más cercanas a la igualdad, en términos sustantivos, no solamente procedimentalmente. Y eso es lo que explica su popularidad. Es decir, el discurso priista durante la revolución era: vamos a redistribuir, vamos a generar un estado de bienestar. Cuando eso se dejó de existir, pues en buena medida se cayó como régimen. O sea, en la medida en que tus acciones refuerzan el discurso, pues vas a tener popularidad, vas a seguir siendo, tu proyecto va a seguir ganando. Eso es parte de una realidad. Y yo creo que, y esa es la parte que un poco la ciencia política mexicana, o muchos de los políticos, como que no se quieren dar cuenta o no nos queremos dar cuenta, hay una base social. Y en la existencia de esa base social, de ese proyecto, pues explica la situación. Y por eso lo pongo en los bordes de la poliarquía.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Reinaldo. Si no hay más preguntas, vamos a dar por concluida esta... aquí hay una más, vamos.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. Mi pregunta es un poquito más metodológica, que es la elección de México y de Estados Unidos, de por qué contrastarlos y hacer este ejercicio tomando en consideración, digamos, el reformismo de, bueno, sí, que son, bueno, me parece que son como países muy distintos en términos de cómo se acercan sus poderes legislativos al tema electoral. Por un lado, México tenemos un hiperreformismo en la Constitución, tenemos reformas express de noche a la mañana, y en Estados Unidos mantienen procesos de enmienda sumamente, bueno, pues contados, ¿no? O sea, son ya varias décadas en las que no ocurre alguna enmienda, y bueno, o sea, como que por allá va mi pregunta de por qué contrastar estos países, y la segunda parte de esta pregunta sería el peso que le podría asignar o no, bueno, si podría como andar un poco más sobre el aspecto de los poderes judiciales, y de esos, bueno, si tienen, digamos, un peso o no en este modelo de cómo los poderes judiciales se acercan más hacia un ideal de la democracia, y no tomando en consideración de cómo ha evolucionado, digamos, en estos últimos 2 años el caso de México, pero en Estados Unidos durante las últimas 2 décadas, en las que el partido republicano se ha enfocado muchísimo en presentar a ministros, a justices, como con un perfil muchísimo más conservador, como digamos, la nominación de Amy Barrett, que fue de las últimas en llegar a la Corte de Estados Unidos. Y pues, bueno, gracias.
Okay. A ver, creo que es más fácil tratar de contestar la última, que tiene que ver con la evolución del Poder Judicial estadounidense, que en qué medida este Poder Judicial tiene la capacidad de avanzar agendas o en realidad simplemente refuerza ciertas agendas que ya han sido cambiadas en la sociedad, ¿no? Entonces podemos tener de Jim Crow Laws y la aceptación de esas leyes a finales del 19, que se hicieron aceptables, lo de separados e iguales, y tenemos Brown versus Board of Education, ¿no? Donde tenemos pues la aceptación de que eso no es que eso no es igualdad. ¿En qué medida eso cambia? Porque un tema ahora más cercano, ¿no? El derecho de los homosexuales a estar en el ejército y decirlo abiertamente. O sea, uno puede ir viendo y hay autores que afirmarían que la Corte va un tanto detrás de lo que ya cambió socialmente. Cuando ya la sociedad ha dicho basta de esto, queremos otra cosa, entonces los jueces pues pueden avanzar agendas o retrasarlas. Vemos muchos casos, ¿no? Entonces, yo, siendo politólogo, no abogado, ¿verdad? Pues estoy más con esta idea de que hay momentos en donde más bien es los grupos sociales, la gente que es afectada, quienes avanzan las agendas y las cortes. Y hoy tenemos, pero eso es muy claro, o sea, lo que acaba de decir, en la medida en que los presidentes van promoviendo valores más conservadores dentro de los jueces, y estos van teniendo capacidad de decisión, pues lo hemos visto, ¿no? En este momento, pues, Trump está también cosechando lo que sembró hace varios años, ¿no? En términos y el Partido Republicano en su conjunto, ¿no? Eso sin duda. Ahora, lo de la selección de los casos. Como digo, esta selección de los casos la he hecho porque yo quiero analizar, no solamente, yo he analizado sobre todo en México, en España y en Estados Unidos, como los procesos internos. Y le he dado un enorme peso a los procesos internos, es decir, cómo se forman los partidos, cómo se forman las oposiciones, los sindicatos, etc., internamente. Lo que quiero ver ahora es más bien cómo el exterior, y para México, buena parte del exterior es Estados Unidos, modula esos procesos. Esos procesos internos. Entonces, ese es parte del objetivo de este proyecto en términos de la comparación. Y también quiero ver un poco cómo el contexto internacional en su conjunto modela la democracia estadounidense, o el régimen poliárquico estadounidense. Es muy difícil no hablar de democracia, pero a veces me trato de forzar. Pero bueno, eso sería.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por sus preguntas. Damos por concluida ahora sí esta mesa y quiero recordarles que la siguiente mesa empieza a las 3 de la tarde, así que nos vemos por aquí. Que tengan una buena pausa.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bienvenidos a esta tercera sesión del coloquio Los nuevos rostros del autoritarismo. En esta sesión van a participar los profesores Harry Feinsot y Dilip Gaukar, que presentaré brevemente. Harry Feinsot es doctor en literatura comparada por la Universidad de Stanford y director de estudios de licenciatura en la Universidad de Johns Hopkins. Es historiador literario y cultural, especializado en la poesía, el modernismo y las vanguardias de las Américas y el Atlántico. Además dirige la Tidewater Initiative, grupo de investigación multidisciplinario dedicado al estudio de los espacios de trabajo y las infraestructuras costeras y los océanos en condiciones de globalización e inestabilidad ambiental. Es autor de Into Steam, The Worlds of Modernism at Sea y The Poetry of the Americas, From Good Neighbors to Countercultures. Nuestro segundo participante es Dilip Gaukar, que es catedrático de Retórica y Cultura Pública en la Universidad de Northwestern y director del Centro de Cultura y Comunicación Global, además de director del Center for Transcultural Studies, coorganizador de este evento. Ha sido editor de la revista Public Culture. Tiene dos principales intereses académicos, la retórica como tradición intelectual, tanto en sus raíces antiguas como en sus mutaciones contemporáneas, y las modernidades globales y su impacto en lo político. Gaukar también es profesor en el Departamento de Estudios Afroamericanos, el Departamento de Lenguas y Culturas Asiáticas y el programa de posgrado de Screen Cultures. Entonces, comienzo dándole la palabra al profesor Harry Feinsot, que nos va a hablar sobre Comparative Literature in the Current Conjuncture.
Gracias. Bueno, primero quiero decir gracias a Humberto Beck y a todos nuestros huéspedes aquí a Colmex. Me siento muy agradecido de estar aquí con todos ustedes en estos tiempos, o quizás decimos en esta coyuntura, ¿no? Gracias también a Dilip, al CTS y a todos los otros participantes en esta asamblea, y con su paciencia y con el apoyo de nuestros traductores geniales voy a pasar a hablar en inglés en este comentario. Bueno. So this talk is entitled Comparative Literature in the Current Conjuncture, a title with an admittedly oblique relation to our conference topic, so let me begin with a small explanation. I'm not primarily engaged in research or theorization on the authoritarian political transformations of our time, but Dilip, in his characteristic way, said, "Come on, man, you got to be flexible." So I am keen to engage our theme from the precincts of my own discipline, a field whose founding included a strong account of its response to an older age of authoritarianism, even if that foundational rationale may now return as a flicker or a faint pulse. And I want to offer you an essay on some energies and attentions pursued by colleagues that seem to me worthy of magnification. For example, in 2023, Leah Feldman and Amir Mufti edited a special issue of Boundary 2, an international journal of literature and culture, which they entitled Crisis to Catastrophe, Lineages of the Global New Right. Feldman and Mufti are both scholars of Comp Lit, a former student of Edward Said, and now my colleague at Hopkins. Mufti's work has encompassed contributions to South Asian, Middle Eastern, North African, and Jewish studies. And Feldman, a tenured professor of comparative literature at University of Chicago, studied under Mufti at UCLA. Her work focuses on the Caucasus, Central Asia, and Soviet and Russian Empire. Mufti and Feldman were therefore well positioned to study the superstructure of a fairly wide, though hardly exhaustive, network of global far-right movements whose programs they tracked across the years 2016 to 2021. Specifically, Feldman and Mufti and the scholars they convened in their issue drew attention to the transnational knowledge networks, the figural interpretations of world and history, and the media ecologies and linguistic appropriations that linked Indian Hindutva, Russian Eurasianism, European ecofascism, French nativism, the Make America Great Again movement, and much more. We should, however, acknowledge that their efforts went largely unheralded in the mainstreams of literary and humanistic study. In turn, Feldman and Mufti went so far as to impugn their colleagues, diagnosing a morbid failure of professional literary studies to respond to the ascendance of international neo-fascism. We could say, that even as literature professors looked under every rock for new scholarly paradigms, they were unwilling to gaze at the Medusa squarely in their path, and therefore to risk their own petrification. Wrote Feldman and Mufti, as our research and teaching acquired this new direction, and as we began to realize the enormity of the political, social, and cultural transformations underway, we also confronted with some dismay the seeming indifference of our profession to the catastrophes unfolding in the world around us, reflected in a whole series of evasive and self-destructive tendencies, many of them mutually contradictory: post-critique sentimentalism, big data, obsessed digital humanities, a renewed hyper-specialization, and new formalism, to name just a handful. We began to recognize that the new right's attack on critical humanities scholarship, which extends beyond its crusade against critical race theory and queer theory, has accompanied a longer institutional turn toward defunding and eventually eliminating humanist study as the failing, degenerate arm of the ascending corporate university brand. Now, they went on to further express that the intellectual basis of an organized and popular left that is adequate to the historical task of mobilizing against a diffuse reactionary social imaginary remains, in their words, we fear, very much an open question. Now, if Feldman and Mufti received little notice in literary studies, they found a small hearing among the historians associated with the so-called fascism debate, where their work came to frame the global perspectives section of Daniel Steinmetz-Jenkins' 2024 anthology, Did It Happen Here? Perspectives on Fascism and America, published just 18 months ago. And in one sense, this attention was a fate still worse than the indifference of literary studies. The anthology's grammatical transformation of novelist Sinclair Lewis's famous declaration of modal impossibility in the present, it can't happen here, into a retrospective interpretive conundrum, did it happen here, may now appear to us as premature in both its retrospection and its cautious indecision. Framed around the aptness of historical analogy, the volume at once conjures and cancels the possibility of a usable political genealogy in the early 20th century fascist movements. In this, it follows Feldman and Mufti's remark that the term fascism returned suddenly to ordinary political vocabularies circa 2015 with inadequate intellectual preparation for many speakers. In a recent unpublished lecture entitled Anti-Fascist Theory, the literary scholar Pete Coviello expresses a kind of teeth-gnashing impatience for all these terminological deliberations. Maybe I'll leave it at that. So when Umberto and Delip asked me to speak at this gathering on the new faces of authoritarianism, Mufti and Feldman's special issue immediately commended itself as a kind of exemplary contribution from Complet, yet it circumscribed itself as an exceptional contribution, keen to define its own minoritarian position within global and critical humanistic study. How might we assess the validity of their charge against our profession if comparative literature forged as a program of study responsive to an earlier European crisis of fascist ethnostates had proven to be a flexible and significant humanistic paradiscipline across the last century? What could it contribute to our understanding of the world-shattering rise of a new authoritarianism just in the past decade? By contrast, how had these new authoritarianisms pushed the enterprise of worldly literary criticism into its defensive posture? In sum, what had literary studies thought and said in the current conjuncture? How did these sayings and doings land within the horizon of intellectual history and the public office of criticism and critique? So, I think there's a spare bibliography of actionable knowledge, though actionable knowledge is not comparative literature's strong response to authoritarian tendencies. Instead, it has placed its faith in the critical stance of worldly criticism as an orientation toward personhood, towards subjectivization, towards the capacity for judgment, in which can be found a defense of humanist education as a training ground for the exercises of responsible freedom. But nonetheless, I wanted to take the liberty today to outline just a few claims about literary and cultural humanistic knowledge in our political conjuncture, and I don't intend to intend the following remarks as an autopsy by any means, but some diagnostic remarks intended to single out a handful of research orientations worthy of what we might call critical life support. If we want to understand the conjuncture, we will want to track the structure and formation of transnational knowledge networks, perhaps what this conference terms faces or aspects. We will want to engage in a kind of critical semantics about the languages of appropriation. We will want to cast an eye on how our rapidly transforming media ecologies create and conscript political subjects. In other words, we confront the live question in our discipline of mediation. We want to name conflicting and aspirational figural interpretations of historical time that we may define under the aspect of the new authoritarianism or other names. In other words, we will need to wrest from comparative literature's lexicon of conceptual and figural history, a sense of what is new in the new authoritarianism. And here I'll turn to some examples from my own work on the political history of poetry in the Americas. And finally, we'll want to name the conflicting and aspirational world picture or global ecumene following the impulse of critics like Auerbach and Said and their stance toward what is known as worldly criticism. In the following minutes, I'll just try to hit a few of these points, and to do so, I'll bounce around between some important touchstones, core theorists in comp lit, like Auerbach and Williams, and introduce contemporary scholarly contributions, and perhaps mix in some everyday scenes of reading and interaction with whatever is to hand. And these scenes of reading range from distinguished poets and novelists to AI slop, to the lexical choices of conservative think tanks. And in bouncing around in this way, I hope to offer an apology for the situation of the critical humanities as reflective forms of everyday judgment. So, transnational knowledge networks. Now, perhaps the reason I was most drawn to Mufti and Feldman's contribution was their position that a global far right had rapidly constituted itself as a transnational knowledge network. They specify that they are not concerned with a global definition of fascism, a concept to encompass a wide range of far-right politics around the world, or even just in the Euro-American world. Rather, they propose to characterize what they call a broad landscape of ideas, individuals, movements, political parties, and even state forms between a fascist maximum of militarized states and what Paxton calls an elusive fascist minimum. They identify multiple levels of this proliferating discourse network or superstructure. On the one hand, they turn their attention to traditional media, such as the Hungarian far-right publishing house Arctos, which function as a kind of intellectual clearinghouse for far-right intellectuals in circuits ranging from Alexander Dugin to Richard Spencer, a network that is stabilized by many of the traditional mechanisms of literary intellectual diffusion, publication, influence, translation, and so forth. And you could add to this something I would call kind of trade press Trumpism, the large Simon & Schuster book deals for ex-administration officials, for posterity scoops to be revealed a year after their newsworthiness, and the sudden cycles of breathless media attention paid to figures like Curtis Yarvin. This network of right-wing deployments should be within the assimilated range of available meanings to the practitioners of comparison, though it has often been received with an ethos of kind of scarified surprise. So, for example, there was an important collection of primary documents from fascist Italy produced by Jeff Schnapp in, I'm sorry, it's not there actually, compiled in the 1990s. With two of his then PhD students at Stanford, called A Primer of Italian Fascism. And one of the co-editors and kind of graduate student translators from 20 years ago, who's now a prominent director of San Francisco's Center for the Art of Translation, recently wrote a blog post in which she sort of recoils at the kind of repressed realization that her unwanted and willfully forgotten graduate school translations have given the kind of fascist imperialist Dada poet Julius Evola an English language context as he now becomes a darling of the alternative right. It's a sympathetic, kind of self-inquiry that she makes. But what does it mean for these circuits of knowledge to return like a bad coin in that way, right? So it's worth pausing here to reflect on the textures of this analysis, of this kind of analysis within the last few decades of comp lit's efforts to map transnational cultural forms. A transnational turn in literary studies accompanied the turn in so-called global history, and in the ascendant decades after 1989, faced with misbegotten one-worldist fantasies of neoliberal globalization, scholars across the historical and interpretive disciplines sought out new intellectual and cultural and institutional genealogies for cultural globalization, world literature, global cinema, and much besides. as well as alternatives to them. And those kinds of alternatives interest me. So that in the literary disciplines, this activity took a few forms. One was usefully skeptical of the connective model of cultural globalization and sought instead to recover aspirational political formations, failed, broken networks of affiliation. So in the practice of diaspora, a tone-setting book in this arena, Brent Hayes Edwards termed this translational poetics one of re-articulation, building on Stuart Hall, and describes a kind of critical transnational literary history that wrests free all of the mid-level terms about genres and movements and language from the grip of national literary histories that had previously claimed them, so that the multilingual Black diaspora or the hemispheric or trans-Pacific subject can kind of come into view. At the same time, we would have to recognize that transnational and imperial dimensions of our national state formations themselves pressure fronts were pressure fronts that intellectuals had to learn to weather. I think of another set of important books from, again, let's say 20 to 10 years ago by Jean Franco, Peter Collini, and others that were focused on how literary intellectuals safeguarded their activity from polarizing ideological formations. And here the critique of totalitarianism always comes from positions such as the Latin American rejection of conflicting Cold War universalisms, but also from a prominent theme of Black studies that recuperates an anti-totalitarian critique of Jim Crow, as in Vaughn Raspberry's really remarkable and monumental cultural history, Race in the Totalitarian Century. More recently, a third kind of post-Bandung effort emerged to identify workable genealogies of revolutionary transnational activity across South-South frameworks, ranging from Comintern cultural policy to global Maoism and tricontinentalism. And in the US, this tendency, which has been kind of consonant with like an archipelago of positions from abolitionist and anti-colonial thought to post-Foucauldian and neo-Marxist accounts of biopolitical securitization and surplus populations and so on, has become the site of some conspicuous forms of repressive intolerance and has often been insufficiently allied with kind of US interests to find a functional rhetorical position within the US Academy. Each of these tendencies in the historiography of transnational culture was rightly critical of systemic models of global cultural diffusion, right? Rather than triumphant one-worldism. But those of us, who argued that transnational accounts of cultural phenomena describe disarticulated rather than connective worlds may have experienced a kind of disappointment that the end of comparative literature in the age of globalization was rendered clearly by new shocks, by neo-mercantilist protectionist nationalisms, blending with autarkic reveries, quarantine state forms, and so on, so that a new transnational far-right knowledge network would seem to kind of rush in to actually kind of fill the hegemonic need for a kind of disarticulated transnationalism, if that makes sense. So, faced with these apparent dead ends in the study of transnational knowledge circulation, Mufti and Feldman's study emerges as salutary. In part, this entails their alertness and resensitization to a variety of terms of ideological reversibility. And this is my second category. I don't think I have a title for it, but on critical semantics. Let's call it critical semantics, or the languages of appropriation. So there are a lot of these kinds of terms. We've actually, I think, meditated on some of them today, and I'll try to kind of go through a few. So lately, literary scholars confront the fact that their scholarly commitments are returned to them as these kinds of bad coins. For example, the law and literature scholar Lisa Siriganian argues quite incisively that the sanctified cultural values of diversity come to be countered falsely by viewpoint diversity, as a kind of coercive assault on processes of peer review and an appeal to a free marketplace of ideas that is in fact a kind of functional equivalent to trade protection for bad ideas in her language. Viewpoint diversity builds on a decades-long project to hijack and reroute left values such as diversity and inclusivity, consonant with an avowed project to weaponize Title VI anti-discrimination protections against the university. So too the position of kind of social dissidents associated with countercultural free speech. So Maura Weigel points out that right-wing that the right wing now must present kind of familiar forms of prejudice which correspond to deeply entrenched forms of inequality as countercultural, right? So the kind of counterculture is another one of these reversible terms. And perhaps the most striking example is how open access digitization projects fuel the data scraping exercises designed to train large language models by enclosing public culture. So indeed, consider OpenAI's rather striking gambit to have begun as a nonprofit, mimicking the rhetoric of benefit to common humanity, the rhetoric of the commons, precisely as a project of enclosure. Mufti and Feldman echo these points in their own enumeration of what they call the seamless appropriation by the far right of aspects of the contemporary humanities, ideas linked to post-colonial critique, cultural studies, queer studies, minority discourses, immigrants and their children, they write, are routinely spoken of as colonial occupation forces, or queerness is envisioned through violent ritual performances of white masculinity, or kind of white supremacist figures come to be referred to as stateless peoples without a state that they can call their own. So you see a range of these kinds of inversions or reversions, and I would suggest that the kind of one task within the critical humanities in these times is to understand these acts of appropriation and the ideas and to formulate adequate responses to them. So within a genealogy of thinking about comp lit, this is perhaps pertains to what has sometimes been called critical semantics by the scholar Roland Green. We can think of the keywords projects of Raymond Williams, the historical semantics projects of the philologist Leo Spitzer, and which also includes the large conceptual vocabulary focused on how to think about translation, adaptation, appropriations, heteroglossias, Zalip and I were talking about earlier. That is the instance of the word as historically conditioned to mean something different within the particularity of its context. And also of things like resettings, changing the tune but not the words, or contrafactum, which is to change the words but not the tune. So we need a kind of a rich conceptual vocabulary for these political tactics, semantic tactics. A third point would have to do with media ecology and political socialization. So the critical humanities have traditionally played an important role in rendering sensible the work of new media ecologies as they shape these elements of political subject formation. Mufti and Feldman identified tropes and motifs of world-making and history-breaking, such as the kind of humorous pillaring of what they call the left's current year doomerism, as in 2021, the worst year ever, that kind of thing, right? And a right-wing style of jouissance politics that accompanies these tendencies with parody and satire. And this is what John Gans has called griperfication in relationship to these kinds of frog figures and so on. These formal qualities arrayed across an emergent media ecology which has included far-right social media platforms, mainstream social media content, private chats, and so on. And Mufti and Feldman don't follow this through to the styles of social media agitation and charisma practiced by, say, Nayib Bukele or Javier Milei, but they certainly extend the theme so that we can think about chainsaws and games of detainee three-car Monty between objects around which this dominance politics can be spectacularized. Maura Weigel, a scholar of media and comparative literature, has remarked that to understand some of these tendencies, we need a significant account of the transformation of mass media technologies to network media technologies. She writes, today's fascisms or latent fascisms are not mass, but networked movements. They are taking place not in mass society, but in a networked one. It is ruled not by monopoly capital, but by surveillance capital. Its work rhythms are not Taylorist, but agile. Its cultural logic is not standardization, but personalization. It does not infect everything with sameness, as Horkheimer and Adorno's The Dialectic of Enlightenment accused the mid-century culture industry of doing, but it optimizes everything, including pleasures based on actuarial assessments of opportunity and risk. Weigel goes on to remark that if there is such a thing as an authoritarian personality today, it must by its own logic be an authoritarian personality 2.0. It must have been updated to remain the same. And so, I think here we start to bring in the questions around the subjective that came up in this morning's panel. The swift reorganization of these platforms around large language modeling presents yet another future defined by a kind of massive engine of descaling and automation and the classic fascistic aim of eroding the basis of distinction between truth and lies. This is a remarkable, powerful engine of political socialization. And let me just risk one really casual example from recent, kind of chat with somebody. I was talking to a Democratic political consultant in the Washington, D.C. area. She had begun the process of decorating a new home, and she had found OpenAI's ChatGPT helpful to her purposes. She prompted it to render visions of new interior design concepts. So, for example, as a big fan of the Star Wars franchise, she and her spouse instructed ChatGPT to develop what she called a sophisticated Star Wars theme for their living room. Now, the program generated an image of their walls adorned with a kind of Victorian patchwork of gilded frames hung floor to ceiling, a salon-style pastiche which displayed portraits of Star Wars characters as heroes. The bourgeois portrait gallery was reactivated as a kind of intergalactic fantasy. But the obvious centerpiece that was generated by the prompt was a large stormtrooper helmet placed on the coffee table like a memento mori. Now here, the new and powerful software conscripted the family into an undeniably fascist image of their own home makeover, right? Popular analogies of the data center as a Death Star correspond quite neatly to a world in which our very own stormtrooper helmets adorn our design schemes. So much for the resistance liberalism of Diego Luna's Andor, right? So the point is simply that our representational schemas and media surrounds are powerful engines of political socialization. There are quite a few open questions as to how we render these media sensible to us. I kept thinking of an important cluster of books on democratization and telecommunications that begins with Raymond Williams' Television, Technology and Cultural Form, and which extends to the art historian David Josselet's Feedback, Television Against Democracy, and the media theorist Fred Turner's The Democratic Surround, Multimedia and American Liberalism, which sort of argues that the kind of mass cultural propaganda of radio and television in the 1930s and 40s experienced as a fascistic tendency required a quite intentional and purposive attempt to try to create what would be a democratic multimedia surround, right? Now, these processes can be said to have expanded vertiginously across an increasingly consolidated sphere of digital telecommunications. On the one hand, we have US legacy media presently in the throes of a combined and uneven Pravdification and Berlusconification, but this coincides with the kind of LLM disruption in the media ecology. So it is here that we might want to have all kinds of conversations about what a different media culture would look like. But I also couldn't help but think that we might also want to have a conversation about what Max this morning called channels for political participation, and to add to that, channels for expressive participation, right? And I think there of a couple of recent books from poetry and literary studies, one, Mark Novak's account of literary cultures developing within trade union movements, prisons, and revolutionary cultural ministries, and on the other hand of Andy Hines' research into the Black institutions of literary life, alternative institutions of literary life. So quickly 4 and 5. So number 4, historicity. We can just put historicism or historicity as the 4th point. Conceptual history, narrative and figural emplotments of temporality and the space of political time belongs to a main strand in comparative literary theory that runs from Nietzsche and Foucault to Koselleck and Hayden White, Dipesh Chakrabarty and Saadia Hartman. And Max's commentary this morning is an exemplary unfolding of these questions as they map onto one particular incommensurable political temporality. I tend to follow a model that is presented by Michael Denning, namely that we need to understand expressions as existing at once within what he calls conjunctural, generational, and epochal time at once. So conjuncture, the scene of daily politics in its war of position, the generational time, the structure of feeling that are embodied in human life cycles and the social forms of cohorts, right? And an epochal time, the time that is the time images that are based in economic and productive orders like Fordism or just-in-time production or that sort of thing, right? But these are time images that are constantly colliding with one another, right? So let me give you an example of how one poet maps two conjunctures into her own generational and epical experience that might tell us something about what we're calling the new authoritarianisms. And the background for this is a book I published in 2017 called The Poetry of the Americas, From Good Neighbors to Countercultures, which is a political history of poetry in the hemispheric Americas from the state-sponsored cultural diplomacy initiatives of World War II through the kind of swerves of the Cold War and the countercultural movements of the 60s. So it's a story of a few generations of poets that inherit and discard political formations and try to preserve a sense of transnational cultural citizenship in their poems through all of these swerves. And one of the scenes of this overlapping culture was the Mexico City magazine El Corno Emplumado, co-edited by Sergio Mondragon and Margaret Randall, which was the first place to publish a Chilean teenager named Cecilia Vicuña, who is now a major international figure renowned for her poetry, visual and textile art, and performance practice. Now, just last month in Baltimore, Maryland, I hosted Cecilia Vicuña to do a little performance in the Stream Valley behind the Baltimore Museum of Art, which included a presentation of her new book, Libro Venado, the Deer Book, from 2024, which is an extraordinary gathering of 40 years of drawings, poems, and translations related to the cosmology of deer. In its physical aspect, this book looks like a deluxe edition of her 1973 book, Sabor a mí, The Taste of Me, a small artist book that she published in England to protest the golpe de Estado of Augusto Pinochet in Chile. And that book, Sabor a mí, is usually regarded as the first book of poetry published by a Chilean writer in opposition to the coup, just in the weeks or months after the coup. Now I asked Vicuña how she understood the relation between these two books, which seemed to echo one another in the tenor of their politics. And by the way, that was the first and probably only time I led an onstage interview wearing deer antlers myself. But Vicuña replied, and let me paraphrase, that the 1973 coup was a fast smashing of everything that they had sought to build in the previous 2 or 3 years of the Allende experiment in democratic socialism, and that Sabor a mí was a document that was conditioned by the facts of this fast smashing. Libro Venado was a slow poem of a slow smashing over the intervening 40 years. She proposed that we live now in the time of this slow smashing, but she went on, they are the same smashing. Now, I had this conference in the back of my mind as I asked Vicuña this question, and I wondered how colleagues in comparative politics differentiated what we are calling the new faces of authoritarianism in 2025 from what the comparative political scientist David Collier named the new authoritarianism in his acclaimed 1979 edited volume of that name. Were we in the midst of the old new authoritarianisms or the new authoritarianisms? Was this, as Vicuña implied, the same episode of smashing, now fast and now slow? There are many ways to pose that question. Is the new authoritarianism an apotheosis of the old new authoritarianism? Quinn Slobodian says so in Hayek's Bastards, which regards our new authoritarianism as an expression of neoliberalism rather than a rejection of a putatively liberal neoliberalism. Chilean and Chilean-American poets in particular have developed sophisticated time images to describe this process, precisely because their generational experience accords a kind of particular importance to tracking the relation between these events of fast and slow smashing, the authoritarian coup and the events of neoliberalization, which perhaps culminate in precisely that second event cycle of authoritarianism. So, for example, Cecilia Vicuña's translator, the poet Daniel Borzutsky, had written as early as 2015 of Chicago as a Chilean city in the United States, which is a Chilean nation. He writes of how Chicago school policies implemented in Chile during the Pinochet dictatorship came back home in guises such as school reform. And his 2019 poem, Lake Michigan, imagines a brutal detention facility along the gentle, family-oriented beaches of Chicago's most effectively integrated North Side neighborhoods. And over the next 100 pages, in long lines strung together with and, Lake Michigan comes to signify many abyssal conditions at the edge of Chicago and in speculative dimensions of its future. It is a political torture site, it is an ICE detention center, it is a Shoah death camp, it is a Chilean political prison or torture center of the kind that the Pinochet dictatorship installed, and of the kind before that in Chile's Pisagua, Gabriel González Videla had sent communist political enemies in the late 1940s, and which Pablo Neruda decried in his poem La Tierra se llama Juan, a sequence of poems written in the voices of Pisagua prisoners. In other words, the Lake Michigan figure intertwines multi-generational histories of political repression and the uneven terms of municipal and federal enfranchisement that are signified by citizenship. But Lake Michigan understood the authoritarian impulse here to issue from Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel, the architect of criminalized immigration detention during the Clinton administration. And it did so 5 years before the spasms of enforcement overreach that are plaguing Chicago just in these last few weeks. But it also linked them to a chain of enforcement practices that stretch to the beginnings of US Cold War intervention. So Borzutsky and Vicuña, like Mufti and Feldman, track a kind of a transnational and transhistorical circuit of practices whose oblique terms of relation must be brought to the surface by poetic acts of naming, analogizing, and convening that render sensible in the integrity of language what lies dormant for a decade or more. My final point has to do with how we figure the world and how we think about the figural interpretation of political reality. The range of transnational literary histories have in some sense been bedeviled by a central and unresolvable question: how does the figural interpretation of reality resolve into world images and patterns of language? And I refer here to a strong line in the field derived from the German Jewish Romance philologist Erich Auerbach, who developed them in his signal essays on Figura and philology and Weltliteratur, and in his book Mimesis, while exiled to Istanbul during the 1930s and early 1940s. And overall, Auerbach devoted himself to this kind of question of the figural interpretation of reality. And we saw one paper today in Roxanne Euban's talk on humiliation, which in some sense comes from kind of Auerbach's legacy as it informs rhetorical analysis and political theory. Now, figura, in its earliest sense, as in the nova figura urtis, the unaccustomed form or face, is an appropriate precursor to our conference title, The New Faces of Authoritarianism. And one line of thinking here would have to do with the figural interpretation of this phase of authoritarianism in all of its plastic forms. But the point here is also that authoritarianism seems to array itself against the very position of the exiled worldly critic engaged in figural interpretation of the kind that Auerbach was. Now, a scholar named Paul Beauvais in that Boundary 2 collection highlights the figure of Auerbach as the quintessential figure of critical humanism, focusing on his self-removal from the national and professional orders that he linked to the technological emergence of authoritarianism. To Beauvais, Auerbach's stance, which recognized Earth as the proper home of philological thinking, must exile itself from the nation, from specialism, from mainstream institutionality, in order to preserve the ethical imperative of critical humanism. Auerbach leaned on the figure of philology as a form of exile. I don't have that quote here. I'll paraphrase it for you rather than read the Latin. He is weak to whom the homeland is sweet, strong to whom every land is a homeland, and perfect to who is exiled from the whole world, right? So there are many papers to give on this topic, but let me just track this kind of exilic position of the critic becoming one of those terms of ideological appropriation. So we see globalism and cosmopolitanism as strongly coded discourses of anti-intellectual and anti-Semitic aversion in favor of the emergence of a complex melange of autarky and hypernationalism and nativism and segregation and monolingualism and all those sorts of things. The authoritarian moment would seem to drain worldliness as a practical good, but it also stands to say that the Auerbach figure of total philological exile has been sort of reduced internally from the position of the academic critic, who in recent years has concerned herself with a variety of identities rather than constitutive differences, with sovereignties and pluralities that may often be assimilable to state formations. So you see there is a kind of lost feeling for the slippage between a variety of national and authoritarian projects, of national on the one hand and authoritarian projects on the other. There's a slippage between those two things. One that takes a kind of radical position of rejection. And from that last point, let me just highlight two books that came in the mail last week and that I'm still making my way through. And one is Benjamin Balthasar's Citizens of the Whole World, Anti-Zionism and the Cultures of the American Jewish Left, which tarries with a kind of common Jewish critique of Zionist nationalism from the 1930s and 1940s, before that possibility is really foreclosed. And also Jennifer Scapatone's Poetry After Barbarism, The Invention of Motherless Tongues and Resistance to Fascism, which uncovers a whole orientation toward language outside of its national articulation, which emerged from a set of Italian language experiments in the wake of fascism. And I'll stop there, but thank you very much for letting me take you on this tour of some energies in the field of comp lit. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Harris, por tu presentación. Ahora, ¿podemos dejar unos minutos para preguntas o comentarios del público? ¿Alguien quisiera hacer alguna pregunta, algún comentario? Yo tengo dos preguntas. ¿Está bien si te las hago en español?
Sí, está bien. Sí, claro.
Entonces, I can switch to English at any time. So I wanted to ask you, I was listening to you and I was thinking about aesthetic categories. Mm-hmm. So that is one of the main topics of comparative literature. Yeah. And so thinking about comparative literature in the current conjuncture made me think about the role of certain aesthetic categories to make sense of the new phases of authoritarianism or the new authoritarian trends. And I was thinking specifically of two aesthetic categories. Yeah. One is irony, and one is mimesis, precisely, that you mentioned, talking about Auerbach and so on. Because fascism, since the 1920s and 30s, is an international phenomenon that has been defined by contagion. So since contagion. So like mimesis, imitation. So there was Italian fascism, that was the earliest version, but very quickly it caught up in other countries. So, for example, German Nazism was very specifically, very deliberately an imitation of Italian fascism. Yeah. And then there was, like, for example, Oswald Mosley in Britain, and of course, there were the fascists in Spain. So they wanted to copy the style, the face, the style of even the haircuts of Italian fascists. And that was part of the soft power of fascism, the mimesis of the aesthetics, but also the mimesis of the ideas and the political programs. So I wanted to ask you about what do you think about that role of mimesis in the current conjuncture? And the other category is irony. Mm-hmm. So I think that irony is like a rhetorical device that was very much associated with the end of history and the 90s, but then something happened in the 2000s with the economic crisis of 2008 and so on, that things started to get more serious. But something that has struck me as very interesting and puzzling about the new rights, especially not only in the United States, but also in Russia and in Europe, but especially in the United States, is that the new right-wing thinkers, media personalities, use irony as a device. So they're very ironic, and that's a way in which they are introducing neo-fascist ideas, saying, well, I mean it, but not really, but maybe yes, maybe not, but in fact, yes. But it's a joke, but it's not a joke. So they do it. They use irony in a fascistic way. So I thought that was not possible, but it is. So I wanted to ask you, as a comparatist, as an expert in comparative literature, what do you think about that use of aesthetic categories by the new right-wing movement?
It's wonderfully expressed, Humberto. And I guess one thing I would like to suggest, I wouldn't go so far as to be a technological determinist about this, but I do think that the contagious patterns of imitation, mimetic imitation around various kind of stylistic habits and so on that you're describing are at some level functions of a new media ecology that is rapidly circulating images, that's making available a global world picture, that is participating in the game of competitive nationalisms at all sorts of levels of the tableau of the newspaper and the possibilities of the telegraph and so on. So I think in that instance, you are seeing, it would be possible to read a lot of those kind of stylistic tics as sort of epiphenomenal and related to a way of reading the kind of media ecology of a kind of imperial telecommunication system that's being built, right? So that's one thought. That has to do with what the relationship is between the media ecology as an engine of political socialization and the kind of range of morbid effects that one sees. And the avant-gardes follow this kind of competitive habit of imitating one another faster and faster and faster and faster, so that there's a accelerationist logic that we can see in those cultural logics that sounds like the kind of fast time that we talked about this morning, right? The irony question, the way I tried to deal with it here, and again, I'll sort of plead like this is just thinking my way into this like you, but that does belong to this set of cultural practices that are part of a real strong sense of ideological reversibility. So irony as a kind of, let's just to stay with like the United States or something, right? Like as a kind of Generation X habit of mind that then morphed into what was sometimes called the new authenticity in the early 2000s, and then became a kind of kind of associated with a certain kind of kind of hegemonic new Puritanism or something around, right? Leaves the lane wide open for this dissident practice to be refunctionalized. I think we can look at a lot of kind of terms of art, and irony would just be one amongst. I tried to make inclusion and diversity and openness and all of these terms ones that are going through these processes of refunctionalization, reversion, and so irony strikes me as having a family resemblance to those other terms in that way.
¿Alguien más quisiera hacer una pregunta? Ajá, el profesor Reinaldo Ortega, tenemos el micrófono.
Sí, gracias por la presentación. Well, I want to ask you, the current citizens were socialized in a certain way. And how would you explain, in terms of the literature of the last 30 years, or what was the, I would rephrase the question, which of the books that you quoted or consider do you think was the most important for the definition of the socialization process of the new right in the States?
Which of the books that I quoted was the most important for the new right in the United States? I'm a kind of second order reader of that circuit, but there's a kind of, as with many sort of, if you like call the new right an avant-garde, I would be willing to call the new right an avant-garde, right? And avant-gardes create pantheons. They create imagined genealogies. They prop up a little, garden of influences, right? And so something that goes from Evola to Alexander Dugin or something, there's a kind of search to prop up this grouping of possible, that would be how I would begin to talk about it, rather than like a one dominant, overwhelming influence. It would be my intuition, but it would come out of a kind of a lay reading of this scene. So I'm hesitant to to make a stronger answer than that.
¿Alguien más? ¿Alguien más en el público presencial tiene alguna pregunta? Porque tenemos un par de preguntas en línea. Es una pregunta de Armando Luna Franco. Dice, I have a question for Harris. What is the role of white Christian nationalism in this aestheticization of politics? In Benjaminian terms, in the Walter Benjaminian terms. For example, the discussion about Taylor Swift's new album. Her album has been called a white nationalist dog whistle for perceived themes about fascism, tradwives ethos, and neoconservatism in her lyrics and image. So,
Oh boy, I have listened once to the new album, but this is really hot off the presses. So so I don't think I have an answer to that, but let me venture, one thought about Taylor Swift in this context. But Taylor Swift is an overdetermined, is an overdetermined figure that is read politically by everybody. So, in some ways, Taylor, the function of Taylor Swift mobilizes the same kinds of political polarities that characterize much of the rest of of things. But I remember when the album 1989 came out, thinking asking my students in class, from a historical standpoint, how do you imagine yourself to be historical subjects? For instance, what do you think is important about the year 1989? And just waiting, they would be sheepish and not say anything, and you'd wait a little bit, and I would say it's okay, you can say it, and finally they would say, well, Taylor Swift was born. That was the fact that had sort of blotted out the rest of history, right? So it's kind of like Fukuyama was right, but not because the Cold War was over, but because Taylor Swift was born, right? And so there's within that there's something serious, I think, right? About how this point that we're trying to make about how people are socialized into politics by media. The fact that the commercial internet was born that year, or that Berlin Wall had come down, did not organize the political logic. So that's kind of what I think about Taylor Swift, I guess.
Muchas gracias. ¿Alguna otra pregunta en el público? Sí. Dilip, do you want to make? I think there's time for one more question to Harris. ¿That's okay? Okay. Entonces, bueno, ahora pasamos a la presentación. Pues muchas gracias, Harris. Thank you very much. Y ahora pasamos a la presentación del profesor David Gaukar, titulada Egalitarian Origins and Authoritarian Temptations in Pre-Modern Popular Rule. So,
What title did you read? I think it was the old title. Yeah. You gave the old title.
I think I gave the old title.
Okay, good.
Did you correct it?
Yeah, that's fine, sir. What is in the
old title?
I mean, in the program, what is?
The program is a new one.
Okay. All right. Okay. There's the obviously. Yeah.
Close to you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Let me see. All right. There's obviously a kind of a tension between my old title and the new title, So let me begin with saying my original title, Egalitarian Origin and Authority and Deviation, it is already a slight deviation from my old title, the egalitarian origins and authoritarian deviations in early modern democracy or under popular rule, was my original plan to give a presentation. And that still remains one of my primary focus of research and, oh, okay. Maybe I should put it around here. I should sort of, it still remains, can.
So I think it's the angle.
Oh,
like this.
okay, all right. It still remains a central focus of my interest and research. You see, what I was trying to do, and I'm still trying to do, is what is the connection between, or in what way the egalitarian dimension and the authoritarian dimension in democracy are intertwined. That is, the egalitarian origins and what I call authoritarian deviation or temptations are in a way not separate, but in some way interlinked. I wouldn't say go so far as to say they are two faces of the same problem, but they are clearly interlinked. And this aspect of egalitarian origins and authoritarian deviation is easier to delineate or to articulate in pre-modern democracies, especially in the case of Athenian democracy and in the case of Roman Republic. But when we come to the modern democracies, which spread across almost 350 years, this connection between egalitarian origins, first of all, whether you can talk about origins itself is a question. Egalitarian origin or egalitarian dimension and authoritarian deviations, while they are linked, you cannot mark them very clearly because things have become more complicated because of the scale of democracies in some way. So what I want to do as a result is first, and then also my new title is Theories of Origins of Democracy and Dictatorship. In a way, theories is not a correct word. What I'm trying to look at was, because of my earlier interest in relation between egalitarianism and authoritarianism, I was trying to look at a whole series of research projects that have been undertaken and partly realized, executed, and they're still going on in Euro-America, especially in the United States, about origins of democracy and dictatorship. And primary practitioner of this topic are American political comparativists who have, especially since the end of the Second World War, in the course of the Cold War, have been fixated, I don't say it in a negative way, but clearly focused on what makes democracy possible or what strengthens, facilitates democracy, as opposed to what retards, weakens democracy. This is an overwhelming kind of a topic, right? And this research has been carried out since, let me begin with one of the things which I came across this research when I was editing a volume called Cultures of Democracy for Public Culture, when I came across this whole range of books which many of my colleagues in political theory, or rather, anthropological interest in politics or media studies interest in politics were not tracking. So I ended up tracking what was going on in a comparativist during this period of time, where if you look at two ends of the book involving Van Lith, who was a very major figure, and Alfred Stefan. In 1978, they edited a big volume called The Breakdown of Democratic Regimes. And then in 1996, at the beginning of the so-called third wave, they were all in some way involved also in Huntington's wave theory. They edited a volume called Problems of Democratic Transition and Consolidation, Southern Europe, South America, and Post-Communist Europe, which was published in 1996. And this is what I sort of wrote about them in a paragraph. According to Lentz and Stephans, two renowned comparativists, only group of countries in the third wave that might be regarded as having successfully completed the transition to democracy and thus to have become consolidated democracies are located in Southern Europe. It is a small group of three: Spain, Portugal, and Greece. These successful transitions and consolidations were facilitated by a variety of factors, including the character of the prior authoritarian regimes, the sequence of transition wherein political democratization and reconstruction of the state either preceded, as in Spain, or parallel economic liberalization, as in Portugal, competent and committed agents of change, referring largely to the political elite, functioning state apparatus, vibrant civil society, relatively certain prospect of becoming integrated into prestigious, and economically beneficial European Union. Linz and Stefan particularly stressed the importance of the sequence. Southern European countries were structurally able and consciously chose to concentrate first on politics, second on social welfare politics, only later on structural economic reforms. Now, if we consider this optimal sequence, if it is at all possible. That was the kind of a wisdom of this 30 years of kind of a research, which is more and more focused on, as you will know, the word origin doesn't arise, it is more transition and consolidation. So a lot of models in the comparative study in the contemporary times are about transition and consolidation rather than about the origins. So whereas when you go to the Greeks and Romans, you get models of origin. And the question is, where else can you get these models of origin, and what is the difference between that? And what I'm trying to find out is, by looking at the origins model, what kind of a light you can shed on the transition and consolidation model. And that paragraph ends with trying to point out the difference between the wisdom of Stefan and Litz when you're talking about this, as opposed to what they see is the present conjuncture, where when you look at the wisdom of the so-called neoliberal wisdom, it is the first with economic liberalization and assume that democratization will follow in its wake. So whereas Stefan and Lind have a completely different emphasis in that long research body of research work, right? So that's what I had read about 15 years ago when I had done the culture of democracy kind of a thing. But since then, I've been working mostly on origins and, of democracy and dictatorship in the ancient world in order to figure out, obviously there's the desire on my part, which is a desire rather than is that democracy has something to do with equality. It has something deeply connected with egalitarian project rather than just libertarian project. And of course, that gets certain kind of support when you look at the Greeks and the Romans, but it becomes really challenged when it comes to move to the kind of modern world. So in any case, so that's when I began to look very seriously about other kind of broad historical comparative studies of this transition and consolidation of democracy. And there are many, but let me talk about 4, and in very simplified way. Although one of them has dimension of origin rather than just transition and consolidation, and that is, Barrington Moore's Social Origins of Democracy and Dictatorship, which did not actually set into motion a research project the way I was talking about the research project of this group of people, which had Linz, Stefan, but also Lipset and all kinds of very, very distinguished group of people. The origins and origins of social origins, it was far more intellectually influential, and it was influential also cross-disciplinary, not only among comparative political scientists, but it did influence some people who will go on in some way to set up research projects. One of them was Charles Tilly, who was one of his students, and then the other one was Theda Skocpol. And it turns out, and she will also set up a particular kind of notion about what strengthens democracy, what weakens democracy. And later on, you will see the next book, which mimics the title of Social Origin, is the Economic Origins of Democracy and Dictatorship, that by Asamoglu and Robinson. And that, once again, while they are not necessarily, they are not the students or anything, but they explicitly acknowledge their debt to Barrington Moore. So that is the second one. And the third one is, as I was talking about, Theda Skocpol, although she is very often associated with institutionalists, she focuses on state and the importance of seizing the state in some way for democratic project. Here, I want to make some comments about what Marx was talking about the nature of the state. And the fourth one is is by Charles Tilly, and when he, along with a group of, he sets out a really major research project, which begins with, association with Sidney Tarot and with Doug McAdams, and they're talking about social movement theory of democracy, or the primacy of social theory. And then at a particular point, they make a transition from social theory model of and its relation to democracy, and then they come up with a much broader conception, which they call contentious politics, CP research project. And that still continues, in fact, one of the most active one in terms of all series of books that are Cambridge University publishing under the so-called contentious politics model. Now, when you look at these four, social origin model, economic origin model, state-centric model, and contentious politics model, you can reduce them to, in a very simplified way, reduce them to certain slogans. That is, Barrington Moore's position is not me reducing it, but rather it is generally known, no bourgeois, no democracy, right? It is particularly a structural account about the class role, and it's the role played by the bourgeoisie in their negotiation with, landed gentry, in opposition to monarchical state, and its complex relationship to working class, and so on and so forth. It is the class analysis. What is important to remember is the central agent of democratic move, as people will talk about later revolution, is the bourgeoisie. And this is where you see some significant difference from the Roman and the Greek model, where the agent of democratic change or a republican change is either demos or the plebs, at least in the initial stages. And I'm going to talk about that a little later on. And when you go to the economic origin model of Acemoglu and Robinson, you can reduce it to no institutions, no democracy. You've got to build the institution in a certain way. You can't rely on the people, but institution also / laws. No institutions, no democracy. But in this also, just as in the case of social origins, elite will play far more important role. The central way is they not only help build institutions, but the way they distribute power among themselves or share the power with the state on the one hand, and the power with the and how they curb the power of the so-called the multitude or masses. So there is clearly throughout this, both in the case of starting with the economic origins of democracy, you begin to set in motion a particular kind of tension between the mass and elite. Of course, in this period of time, you cannot talk about either mass or elite as completely homogeneous, as you could speak in the ancient world to some extent. But they are, of course, internally differentiated through stratification. But nevertheless, the word elite and mass or multitude continuously surfaces in the accounts of the dialectic between democracy and dictatorship in the model of both social origin and the economic origin model. Institutional model, the bourgeois agent model. The third one, as I say, was associated with people like Theda Skocpol, although they fit into different models. She also fits into institutional model. It is no state, no democracy. And something like this is what, Marx was in a way talking about in the French Revolution, how a particular kind of a state, and the state sovereignty in relation to anatomized individualism led to a kind of put the seeds of totalitarianism in some way, or authoritarianism. But those of us who are growing up in India, in the post-colony, after the independence, state was the central institution for democratic emancipation. A lot of it was, the state would deal with a social formation or a national cultural formation when there were all kind of racial division, religious divisions, class divisions, massive property, landowning class, and so on and so forth. The state was never seen as the enemy, at least in the initial stages, as the enemy of democracy, rather than seen as a facilitator. I mean, this is not an unusual one, in the sense that even people like Stefan and Lindsay ultimately talk about something called statism. Without a very strong state, democracy cannot survive. So in post-colonial world, in fact, remember, Lindsay and Stefan, that whole group of people are really writing in the Cold War, and they're all really focused on the fact that democracy, which have been born after the second wave, many one of them have reverted back to authoritarianism or dictatorship and military government and things like that, where most of them talk about need for the rule of law, talk about need for the institution, but they are not very explicit about the state, because they still think about state could go either way. But there was a period of time, there were a whole range of people who looked at state as the only thing that could actually mediate between the concentration of elite landed power, especially in a country like India, and also with all kind of a racial division, and the only instrument for removing poverty. Now, when you go back to people like economic origin, the Asmoglu and Robinson kind of thing, they also talk about the central play is between the tension between prosperity and poverty. What enables prosperity to increase, and they assume in some way elite has to be free enough to pursue policies and build businesses for growth and prosperity, and that will incorporate the poverty. But at the same time, the claim of the poor on the state and the pressure they can put on the state to redistribute is a very important part of it, which is what people like Theda Skocpol will emphasize, the importance of the state. So there's a very peculiar way in which these theories are operating. In all of them, it's the question about transition and consolidation. What will make democracy strong and consolidated, as in institutionalist as well as its statist people. There are slight differences and all, but it is no longer as much focused as with social origin about the bourgeois as a distinct class of people who are bringing about the democracy. It is now a broader conception called elite, and acknowledging all kind of internal rivalries between elite and all. This is where a normative theory begins to be, in the background. That is the normative theory of, which can be traced back to Schumpeter, Dahl and all, a kind of polyarchy, a kind of a default liberal position and so on. Now, against this background, you see the emergence of, around the 1970s and all, the social movement theory, and which will mutate into a kind of a contentious politics theory. For the first time here, the emphasis is beginning to shift from the agency of the elites to agency of the people. Not that it negates the agency of elite, but it begins to foreground for the democracy that you need an ongoing contentious politics. Whereas the other models, institutionalist model as well as statal model, while acknowledging conflict as constitutive of political life, it is mostly about managing it and trying to reduce it. Contentious politics and social movement politics it clearly says electoral method, that is the legislative electoral method or the judicial method, are not sufficient to promote democratic agenda. You need a third option, that is the street politics, social movement politics, contentious politics, and so on. So in a way, I see a kind of a progression, and when I look at all these four theories, I find myself, looking at once again from the point of the Greek and Roman conception of egalitarian origins and authoritarian temptation or deviation, I look at contentious politics as far more friendly or far more receptive to the kind of what we can learn from the Greeks and the Romans. Not that any one of them is interested in that, but I see a kind of a connection between them. If I were to find a contemporary analog for what happened in ancient Rome and in Greece and Rome, I would say contentious politics program has a significant affinity with it, whether those people acknowledge it or not. Now, what is exactly the kind of a model that we can find in the Greeks and the Romans, right? This is where origin idea comes in. The origin idea, by the way, let me make, how much time I have? 15 minutes. Okay. You know, I want to make an observation before I go on about, am I okay, still okay with the, yeah. I want to make about idea of origin, right? In my view, in modern democratic revolutions, they're called sometime, or you can't really talk about origins in any pure sense of the word, in the sense already democratic elements, a certain kind of requirements of legitimacy, not legality, are already very much play in any form of government, whether it's monarchical, aristocratic, or something else which is about to be born. So there are democratic elements are not unknown at this point in time. The question basically is how the democratic elements and aristocratic elements and the monarchical elements are in play. So as a result, and when you and that is the case, in my opinion, about most of the modern democratic revolution, idea of democracy was not, it was sometimes negatively understood, but the democratic element and its pressure and presence was already there. But when you go to the post-colony or the second wave of democratic revolution, you can hardly talk about the origins of democracy in India. In 1947 when India became independent. Already, in some way, the colonial mimicry, goes way beyond, in the sense, it is not just cultural, in the sense, already anybody who was fighting for independence already had a particular vision of what will follow the success of once the colonial regime ends. They already had some prefigured idea about the post-independent polity, and it was all democratic. Sometime it was liberal democratic, sometime it was Fabian socialist democratic, because especially in India, there was a lot of influence of that. So as a result, the idea that a democracy was born in India or originated in India at a particular point does make no sense, because, and also British had already instituted all kind of other democratic institutions. In the same way, when you think about America as a democratic revolution, you already have, colonial America already has a variety of institutions which were pre-democratic or proto-democratic and so on, and they get, basically, it is a form of regime change rather than simply a democratic revolution, right? Then the question arises about French Revolution, whether it was significantly different. But my point is to try to think about in order to get a sense of the origin, you need to have to go to the Greeks and the Romans. And several people, especially John Keane, has made a distinction in his short book and been talking about what they call assembly democracy as opposed to representative democracy. So the idea of assembly, pre-exists democracy. Idea of assembly, if you want to stick to the Greek idea, if you go to the Iliad, you already have an assembly before they decide to undertake the Trojan War. And the distribution of the spoils, interim spoils of the war. Achilles, Ulysses, and Agamemnon, and they're all sitting around and making decisions. Even though Agamemnon is a king, he can confiscate something of Achilles. Achilles is more powerful. Nevertheless, he will abide by the rules. But it is all not because he can control his anger. Obviously, Achilles cannot. But the point basically is he's governed by some norms of the assembly. It is an aristocratic assembly. But then the point about John Keane makes is assembly politics is not Greek invention. There were already assemblies, in Midwest, in Iraq, Iran, and all of those kind of places. You can find evidence of, assembly politics or assembly deliberation and decision-making. But the question was, who is in the assembly? It is what you see in the Greeks more than anything else before is the democratization of assembly, how a certain, for instance, it's very clear in Thersites, the character in Iliad, who tries to speak in an assembly and is kicked out because he does not belong to the nobility. So in a particular way, you have to figure out how the assembly became a democratic nucleus. And in this kind of a assembly politics, by the time we are talking about the kind of a Periclean democracy, and by the time Aristotle is beginning to write his Politics, he already has a sense about the democratic element. He begins to say the democratic element, aristocratic element, and the monarchical element has to be combined in a constitutional polity. So it's already in play. But what you can see that as a result, you have to go before Aristotle, you have to go before the Periclean moment, and where you go to the idea about Solon's reform. There are, in any traditional analysis of Greek democracy, how it emerged, people talk about 3 reforms that took place in Athens. First one is the Solonian reform, then there's the Callisthenes reform, and then there's the Ephialtes reform. But when you go to the Solonian reform, as you'll see the parallel also in Rome, the central thing that sets in motion the Athenian democracy or Solonian reform is the agitation against debt slavery of the Athenians. Of course, they have slaves, but debt slavery is seen as a condition which is abominable. That's where you begin to see the kind of egalitarian seeds, where people say an Athenian cannot, a priori, should be a slave. The slaves are the other people, but a full-born Athenian ought not to be a slave, and the right not to be a slave, abolition of debt slavery is the starting point, unquestionably. Then you see, Callisthenes reform and all, slowly that negative freedom of not having to be a slave will be turned over in a positive way, different kind of demands and so on and so forth. As you see from Ephialtes to Callisthenes, where idea of representation will come in some way, and to Ephialtes, citizenship rights will come into things, including being paid to go to the assembly and so on and so forth. You see a particular kind of way in which you see egalitarian origin, where people are saying we ought to be treated equally. With all the due respect to Arendt saying there were all kind of internal differences in this class, because oiko was kept as a dark side of the politics, where the bright place of public sphere, citizens were equal irrespective of their social standing. A very idea of the political equality is born, right? That is one. Now, when you see, this is one thing. This is what the political theory, as well as people who study about Greek politics, they focus on Periclean democracy, and very often they are studying the critics of democracy. In fact, you can say political theory was born in the critics of democracy, because Ober, who's a very important figure, Joshua Ober, who's a very important figure, who talked about the origins of democracy, elite and the mass conflict and all, he's also the one who wrote a book called Democracy and Dissent. And I eagerly went and got the book Democracy and Dissent, saying he's going to tell you about how democracy is dissent. Instead, the book is Democracy and Dissent is who were the dissenters who dissented from democracy, which goes 6 people, which is all Plato, Aristotle, Thucydides, it goes on like all the major figures. They were all critics of democracy. From them, we get an idea about what is wrong with democratic form, or what is wrong with, the Republican form. Only Aristotle will try to make a compensation by saying, listen, without democratic element being included in society, you cannot garner legitimacy. So the idea about legitimacy is also born in Aristotle's much more balanced view of it. Now, if you shift from that to the Roman Republic, everybody is preoccupied with the Ciceronian conception of republic, because he writes about it. He's a great orator. He stands to fight against the kind of emergence of people like Caesar and Pompey and things like that, kind of a war hero, who will try to, kind of potential dictators. But you have to go back. And there are 2 scholars. One is called Kurt Ralphhab, who was a guy who was in Brown. He was a classicist who spent a lot of time on talking about what he called, conflict of orders. It is also called social struggle and conflict of order. Conflict of order is basically about it's called something called cessatio plebis. That is, how did the plebeians, take again, once again, the assumption, Greek says demos versus aristoi, and the plebs versus patrician. What was the struggle between the plebs and the patrician? How did it unfold over a period of time? It is 200 years before, Cicero. And that is where the making of Roman Republic speaks. Cessatio plebis is a very interesting kind of analysis, which is given by Kurt Ralphab. What he basically says is, cessatio plebis is when plebs, once again, like Solonian thing, basically objected to debt slavery of this, citizens of Rome. That is one. But basically, plebs begin to ask for proper treatment that is not being exploited. They're not asking for specific rights or even political equality, but what they want to be free from being turned into slaves, right? So cessatio plebis, there are 5 cessatio plebis across about 150 years, where plebs progressively, it's like equivalent of the 3 reforms in Athens, 5 cessatio plebis, where the plebs get more and more rights. First, negative ones, not being exploited, then the positive ones about rights to own things, right to occupy offices, and so on. And, so it's a very complicated history, but what is the interesting thing to notice here is, this is done virtually without any violence. This whole struggle between the plebs and the patricians unfolds without violence. Whereas when you think about institutionalists, and all of them will talk about, even the contentious politics, there's a lot of talk about violence. The cessatio plebis is virtually without violence between 2 classes. There are other kind of violence going on. And basically, it succeeds largely because there's a certain kind of a leverage both the demos and the plebs had. They were numerically far more bigger than, obviously, which is still true about all the people and the multitude. But what they point out to the patricians is, without us, without our presence, 2 things you can't do. You cannot defend your city because there's a constant warfare going on with various neighboring countries, because you need us to defend the city or the Rome and the Roman territory. Second, you can't run your economy without our labor. So what do they say? And when the patrician class refuses their demands, they say, okay, cessatio plebis basically means leaving Rome and going into the hills and sitting around and waiting for the patricians to come back. And every time patricians relent and come back and say, you see, they have this leverage. What you see in modern times is, for a variety of reasons, this particular leverage will disappear, largely because of the professionalization of army and the police force and things like that. It is no longer dependent on the support of the people. And this is why Jefferson, for instance, or including American Second Amendment, is when he's talking about the need for a militia rather than turning into a standing army, although Americans will eventually be forced to have a standing army. So that's one, the leverage of and they use those, and they can use this by nonviolent means. So you begin to see how the origins of democracy has, with the egalitarian demands being made by the plebs and successfully obtaining them. But in the case of the Romans, it soon becomes very evident that the so-called plebeian class itself begins to stratify. There's the plebeian elite, and then there is the kind of a plebeian masses. The plebeian elites will not only now one of the things they want to do is they want to be married to the patrician class. They want to hold offices all the way that of the council. So what you see through the cessatio plebis, 5 of them, is how plebeian community will get its rights, and it also will get its, all the offices and all, but at the same time it will become divided. By the time we are in Ciceronian world, all kind of plebeian generals are there, plebeian council are there, and so on and so forth. And this is also through the way the Senate, which is a patrician organization, incorporates them, right? So this is one. So the point about, I haven't said anything about dictatorship, but all through this, the Roman experience and the Greek experience, there are various moments in which the people put their faith in a dictator or authoritarian figure rather than in slow progress of negotiating with the patricians and acquiring rights at that. So very often it turns out to be the case that patricians either refuse to live by the agreements they have made, or variety of ways where they try to obstruct the success of the plebeians. So you see, first thing happens with the Greeks itself, which very often people pass over, is the, what you call the Pisistratus movement. Pisistratus is the first authoritarian figure in the democratic imagination. He is the guy who comes to power because of, and he's not from the upper class. He's a warrior, you see, warrior figure also, and he is co-opted by the patricians, the aristoi, in order to, put down the revolt of the, or the demands of the demos. And they also think they can manipulate him. The idea is basically, but instead of manipulating him, he begins to look at the internal divisions of the elites, and he sort of consolidates his own power. It's a classic fascist kind of a movement, if you look at it. So Pisistratus case, and then you have the same thing happen again in Rome. Why is the successful republic collapses? Is largely because of the, the Roman Empire, which brings a lot of wealth and in a way pauperizes a whole range of people who have political power, the plebeian class. And as a result, the kind of a Roman mob that is created, which is impoverished, it will be mobilized and motivated by, and led by the demagogue, like whether it's Pompey or Caesar or and so on and so forth. So you can see how eventually internal conflict will lead to a establishment of the empire of Augustus. So you can see that already you can see the origins of egalitarian claims and egalitarian aspirations becoming captured by the kind of authoritarian or dictatorial kind of position. So this is my sense in which whether we can see this narrative can in a way map onto contemporary scene, or when you look at the so-called modern democratic challenges, for one way, a great democratic, egalitarian drives on the one hand, and the authoritarian temptation the other, that it actually plays out. Now, the other thing I want to point out, this I'll conclude, very often people say, reverting back to some kind of a Greek or Roman model will not work, because what they lack more than anything else, a way of institutionalizing the power of the demos, or the power of the plebs. That in fact, the kind of institutions the modern democracy creates are although they are maybe dominated by the elite, they are the institutions of the nation or the institution of the political community. They are not just distinctively the institutions of the demos or distinctively institutions of the elite, for which I have been writing on a paper called Institution of the Demos, drawing out largely out of the Greek and Roman experience, where you have three institutions of the demos. One is institution called institution of voice, being able to speak. And here you have to make a distinction between the Greek conception of voice, which was very criticized by Plato very vigorously. That is, their conception of speech is not like our conception of freedom of speech, but rather it's called isegoria, that every citizen has an equal standing to speak on any matters that pertains to the society. Although everybody didn't speak, isegoria means the equality not of speech, but equality of political speech in an assembly. And that has gone, and you can say, who can speak? where they can speak, and has all changed in the modern world, maybe out of various kind of pressure. So one is Isagoria, which is one of the institutions they created. If you want to go into the vote, the institution of vote, you can also see how you see the ancients progressively get a right to vote, and in various stages, and you can think about the so-called universal adult suffrage is distinctively an institution of the multitude or the plebs, rather, or the lower classes, rather than the institution of the elite. And then there's a question about the third one I called institution of veto. There's a particular way in which, when you think in terms of, I'll just finish, okay? When you think in terms of the Roman kind of thing, and the Greeks, they had an institution of veto called anytime elite or some elite member became too powerful to threaten what you call isonomia, the equality of the people, we should have the right to exile, whether that person had committed a crime or not, because his simple persona, his stature, his charisma was a danger to isonomia. So the ostracism institution, which they use as a veto to any power of the elite or individual. So there's that. So, I mean, I have various other examples about whether we have something called institution of veto, which still remains a significant kind of power, countervailing power of the masses against the elite. I think social movement theory and contentious politics theory really is a politics of veto, a kind of a power which you can generate out of contentious politics and social movement. The classic example, for instance, recent times you'll see, is in India, there's something called, it happened recently, about 2-3 years ago, called farmers' strike. Farmers' strike is the one, for instance, Modi or BJP today have a complete control of or at least they've got now less control, complete control of the parliament, more than what you call overcoming any kind of veto or any kind of objection. They passed 2 laws about farming, about how farm goods should be subsidized and so on and so forth, which the farmers did not like. So they resisted and they created a strike which went on for like 6 months or longer. They basically encircled the city of Delhi and blocked the traffic and so on and so forth. So as a result, a government which was incredibly powerful, in terms of logistic, and they still are very nationally also popular, nevertheless, they were forced to unilaterally rescind the law they had passed. And they had no problem of maintaining this thing. They could have even pushed it through the judiciary, but what happened in the street, the kind of a plebeian veto or the people's veto stopped it. So that is a kind of so when you think about the institutions of the people, we should think about it somewhat differently rather than simply thinking about institutions, as a stabilizing for the national level. So one can think about institutionalization in a slightly different way. And then let me conclude with the kind of a theorist whom I found most useful for our time is who emphasizes agonism or conflict as central to as a lifeblood of democracy is Machiavelli. Machiavelli starts with a proposition, in the very early phases of this discourse. He says, institution of tribune, which is a person who was elected by the plebs and who had the veto power, all kind of power to curb the Senate and its decision. He says, and Polybius, against whom he's writing, Polybius basically says the conflict between the plebs and the patricians really retarded the glory of Rome. If there was no tension between the plebs, and plebs had simply kept quiet, Rome would have become even more glorious. And Machiavelli basically says that's exactly wrong. He says institution of tribunate is considered by Polybius a very bad thing. Whereas he asks a couple of questions, 3 questions he said. Is the institution of plebs made Roman Republic stronger or weaker? And he says, it made the Roman Republic stronger. Second, he says, is the conflict between the plebs and the patricians made Roman Republic stronger or weaker? He says stronger. The third question, he says, is the republic threatened more by the volatility and the greed of the plebs or the predatory practices of the patricians? He says predatory practices of patricians. So conflict is absolutely necessary. Then he goes up with a particular kind of equation. He says conflict leads to good institutions like tribunate. And also it leads to good laws. What made Rome strong was laws. And those laws came out of the conflict between the plebs and the patricians. And then he says the good laws create good citizens, responsible citizens. And that comes out of conflict too. And it creates the proper political subjectivity to sustain and maintain democracy. You see, this kind of idea of conflictual politics, all of these kind of ideas are not entirely in play in contentious politics, but because they are in a different kind of vocabulary and thing. So I would like to see how to sort of bring together, at one way, the so-called Roman and Greek experience about struggle for egalitarianism and focus on antagonism and conflict with a kind of a Machiavellian kind of a theorization of it, and into a kind of a modern project of promoting contentious politics and valorizing that. Let me stop at that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dilip. Tenemos unos minutos para algunas preguntas. ¿Alguien quisiera hacer una pregunta? Sí, profesor Peña.
¿Me oyen? Okay, thank you, Dilip, for your presentation. One thing about this very important issue that is leverage, and regarding the classical times, once those two leverages are lost, I mean, the army and the economy, what is it that the modern political world has to not learn in intellectual terms, that's not my point. In political terms, once those two leverages are lost, and they've been lost for some time now, why is it that these two classical examples, very interesting, no doubt, but what is it that they can teach us in political terms once those two leverages are lost?
I think that's a very good question. In fact, that in fact is one of the issue I want to address. You see, once that leverage is lost, how does the so-called the subaltern or the multitude or masses can exert pressure on the elite or exert pressure on the state? One way you can argue is while military power is gone, and the centrality, they still are very important for the social reproduction, but you can imagine where they can be fragmented in a variety of ways. As a result, they cannot exercise the leverage. That is allegedly replaced to some extent by the electoral process. The idea about everybody has equal right to vote and things like that. And in a way, when you read somebody like Habermas in Structural Transformation of Public Sphere, he basically says this is the centrality of the state. To almost all attempt at social legislation, social welfare legislation, ultimately coming out of the state, were through the electoral pressure put by the masses on the state. What he calls statification of society, as opposed to statification of society and societalization of state. For him, it is a far more complex process, but where he sees electoral power and has become now absolutely central. And that's why this whole struggle over election, where it is no longer a leverage point for the masses, but rather has become an object of manipulation. You see, remember, this is where you have to really think in terms about how the comparative political theorists have changed their tune to some extent. This is what I mean, because when I was reading Huntington, when he was attacking, dismissing Karl Pateman and so on, who were talking about participatory democracy, he says, democracy means fair and free election. It doesn't mean necessarily a commitment into a democratic, kind of normative values about egalitarianism and things like that. Now, everybody is basically saying, including now electing Supreme Court judges by electoral process and things like that, everybody now is talking about how, what, Larry Diamond says, electoral fallacy, that election, it leads to pseudo-democracy, fake democracy, or leads to illiberal democracy. But historically, the struggle for universal suffrage in France over a period of time, all of them have been a kind of a way in which the subaltern class or the masses have thought they can get leverage over the elite. I mean, this is what you see when Susan B. Anthony says women's progress cannot be made without getting electoral thing. Otherwise, women's movement under Elizabeth Cady Stanton was far more broad-minded about education, this and all, whereas Susan B. Anthony says, first get the political right of election. And this is also the case with the labor movement in England. The laborers basically are saying that without political right, without right to vote in England, we can't really get progress. So electoral power has become a way of empowering as opposed to the military power, but whether about economic one, that's really worth thinking about. Even as Martin Luther King, for instance, when the civil rights movement was folding, at that point he would say, listen, we are poor compared to other Americans, but nevertheless, we are the ninth largest, at that time, we are the ninth largest per capita group in terms of wealth. African Americans are one of the richest in the world compared to the rest of the world. And we can exercise this power by withholding consumption or going to certain kind of a store. So they thought economic power can be used in a way of consumption, that boycotting and things like that. Now people are talking about it, boycott this, boycott that, but none of them have been really successful. People are now doing a very broad thing like that, boycott Amazon for one day and things like that. But whether is a consuming power a way to control the majority, can put pressure on the elite or the corporation? It yet to be seen. But these are, the issue which you raise is really, that's why I say the kind of power the plebs and demos had, the multitude does not have at this point in time. And the question is, other than electoral power, how might one think about it? That is the challenge, you see, in contentious politics and all. That's why they keep into all this coalitional politics. That's why so much emphasis on exploiting, leveraging the internal division between the elite. But, I think there are limits to the leveraging the internal divisions between the elite, as you saw in the Arab Spring, in terms of how quickly the elite all fell behind the Sisi government, because when they felt threatened by the Muslim Brotherhood. So I have doubts about it, but I think your question is absolutely central.
Thank you. Thank you, Dilip. I really enjoyed. I have a question. I want to try to push you a little bit and see if you agree with my interpretation of your talk. So it seems to me that democracy, that you basically presented us from the point of view of all these histories of agitations in which the order, the social political order, was contested. So the democracy that emerged from this different history is a kind of democracy that we can understand as a kind of a practice that actually disorders the existing order or opens up the order to different configuration and possibilities. So it emerged a very dynamic idea of democracy. But something more can emerge, that basically, if we follow this trajectory in which we try to understand democracy from the point of view of all these histories, from Greece all the way to Machiavelli and the tumulto in Florence and so on and so forth. So we see democracy as related to instability. And Machiavelli is bold enough to say, this instability is a good thing. We need it. Because it creates order and keeps the order alive, vital. But then one can say that let's say the dominant political theory, with the exception of a few names, is actually an attempt to stabilize that instability, is an attempt to incorporate conflict into the parliament, is an attempt to neutralize conflict. So it's basically what we call political theory is a gigantic reaction against that instability and a big attempt to stabilize it.
Yeah, you know, see, this is I mean, you're just trying to push me in a direction which I've already taken. You see, I didn't say that. I basically think this whole theory about that order and disorder. In fact, you see, there's almost all disorder is seen as a propedeutic to a new order. That in fact, the phenomenology of disorder is seen as finding its redemption in a new order. You see, that is the modernization theory in some way, transformation kind of a theory. I'm trying to say the disorder itself, I mean, Machiavelli is the champion of tumult, right? Tumultuous theory of democracy. Now, if you empirically begin to look at it today, right, there was a period in which, in talking about Thailand, which is yet another, like India, Thailand is a place where what you call, it is a daily plebiscite, daily mutiny, daily social disorder, and things like that. And there was a period in which red shirts and yellow shirts or something like that, there was a way in which they were going after each other, and they had occupied the central capital section. And it went on for 45 or 90 days or anything like that. First few days, if you think about it, you see, most of the time when they talk about order, it's because of the economic reproduction should not get destabilized, right? And nothing happened. The financial market went down a bit in Thailand, but eventually stabilized. Economic disruptions were not that great or anything like that. It was, but same in Thailand, few years earlier, when the world banking system decided the Thai baht was overvalued and the money fled overnight, the entire economy collapsed. And hundreds of people, there was a huge amount of political economic violence, including lots of suicides and so on and so forth. So actually, the disorder today, which is much more disruptive, is the economic disorder, not coming out of strikes by the workers, but through, this is something for somebody like, the Asmuglu and Robinson, they begin to praise the creative destruction. You see, they basically say the state should allow the economic world to be engaged in creative destruction. As they say in Silicon Valley, move fast and break things and move fast. All of those kind of things. So when you begin to talk about where is the disorder coming from, it's really not coming from subaltern rebellion. And it is not really affecting the economic order. The lots of transformations are occurring at the level of financial transformation and things like that. So you have to really say, what is the truth about the so-called disorder is bad for? It is, I think, a trope, which has been created, just the way trope of people You see, now we think about people as a national people, which leads to a kind of majoritarian populism and things like that. But people always had a, in the question about Greeks and Roman, people meant the poor, or it had a plebeian kind of a connotation, which has been lost. But should it be lost? Should we recover back, as we were talking about heteroglassia, that in a way the struggle is over the meanings and the tropes? So we really need to think in terms, and also this whole theory in political theory, I not only want to go after the comparative politics, this idea of so-called people is a fiction. It is an empty signifier. I think it has some really, you can make a claim for analytically, but actually, if you ask people, who are the people in India, people say, oh, we are the people, you are not the people. People are the poor. Although word poor itself is now in a very different kind of a valence, because poor is not the way it used to be when I was in India. It is now people who wear Nike shoes and, but there is a sense in who is the poor. It's not gone. There are different kind of, if you do a linguistic analysis, poor can be a very different kind of a notion. So I think we need to recover all that. What is the function of disorder? And also in sociology, there's a social conflict theory of society, that society cannot survive without conflict. Conflict is the origin. The question is, what is a good conflict? What is a bad conflict? I would say political conflict is a good conflict. The kind of certain other kind of a conflict generated by so-called creative destruction and things like that, they may be bad conflict. If there is a conflict that needs to be managed more vigorously, is that kind of economic kind of a conflict and change, rather than the kind of political. So this is also another one of my theses is really the whole thing is about change and conflict. Every time there's a change, it changes the physiognomy of conflict. And the change agents are very often the elite and the state, rather than the plebeian class or things like that. As a result, responsibility for managing change in a just way, rather than this is also the Polanyi thesis, right? The first movement of the industrialization and the second movement of making up for the devastation of industrialization, second movement comes slowly. This is what you're talking about, temporality. The kind of a capitalist movement is fast, is the first movement, and the state movement is slow. But in the hiatus, what are we going to do? About 150 years, you see, this is also called Engels' pause. This is a point of revolutionary possibility. Now that Engels' pause are happening now every 10, 15 years, you see. So you can't really wait for another revolution, Marxist revolution, but in this kind of Engels' pause, contentious politics is playing a very constitutive, important role, and we have to recognize the way contentious politics can be promoted and foregrounded and theorized than it has been done today. The institutional focus, and the agency focus, instead we should go for the conflictual process focus. That's my point.
Creo que ya no tenemos tiempo para preguntas. So